Hello, hello. Well, let's turn. Intense music. Intense rogue trader music. Let me make it a little bit louder. Oh, that's a bit much. There we go. But, hello. How's it going? I hope everybody's doing really good today. I'm Sister Kai today. Warhammer Community. Let's go. Yeah, I decided to invest in this awesome outfit created by Hazenev. Amazing. Oh, thank you. Don't applaud me. Applaud Hazy. Hazy did an amazing job with this. It's not like an official model or anything. It's just the outfit with like an overlay. And when I can afford it, I'll probably get it rigged. But I still was like, oh, it's really cool. And why not? You know, like heck it, you know. But I hope everyone's doing good today. I never know Miss Cabo built and painted 40k miniatures. Yes, Evan, I do. I paint 40k minis. I've been doing it for like a year, a little bit over a year. But it's been on and off because of some like, you know, moving things and stuff like that. So I guess you could say like about a year roughly. I'm still not amazing at it, but to me it's not about how amazing I am. It's about, you know, just enjoying the paint and having fun and chilling out. Greetings, Imperial Citizen. How goes the... By the Emperor? Whoa, what? What? Oh, Cabo, you're looking a little different today, aren't ya? I am Sister Kai of the Adaptosaurus. Sorry, I had too much saliva in my mouth. Wait. I am Sister Kai of the Adaptosaurus. I'm sorry, I'm getting so nervous. I want to do like this like nice intro or whatever, but I'm not good at it. I'm bad at it. I'm bad. So the Adaptosaurus Orders Hospitaller. And I'm here to heal all your wounds and make you feel much better after this terrible, harsh, the suffering of your work day, of any stresses upon ye. But yeah, I got this outfit and I'm really digging it. It makes me really happy because I love 40k. I wanted to do an outfit, and at first I was like, I don't really know what to do. I didn't want to do like a custodian or anything like that. I was like, I want to do something, and I was really sick. And this is like months ago. I was really sick. And I was like, oh, you know, I'm reading 40k stuff. I'm playing 40k stuff. And then I found out like about like how they have the Orders Hospitaller and how they have the doctors and the nurses and just the people who treat others either like on the battlefield or not. And I just fell in love with the design. I saw a bunch of art and I was like, whoa, they're literally like battle angels. They're so fucking cool. You know, I was so into it. And I was like, this kind of makes me feel cool as someone who's like, I don't know, I get sick quite often. And I'm not at that peak health. So which kind of sucks, but like what you gonna do? You gotta fight through it. I do my stuff anyways. And I just kind of really like the idea of just like healing people and that stuff. And then I loved I at first when I was like researching them, I was like, but this doesn't make sense. Like, all the sisters are supposed to be like full of this like fervor and passion and dedication to the emperor and their faith. And that doesn't change, like, with the Orders Hospitaller. Like, yeah, they might be more, quote-unquote, gentler, but at the same time, they're, like, really not. Like, if they catch a whiff of heresy on you, like, let's say they're treating you, and they're like, oh, shit, you're a heretic of some kind? Blam! I will kill you. Like, I will just, like, I'll shoot you. And they still have weapons and stuff. They're not, like, totally, like... They're not a non-militant order, but they still know how to shoot. They know how to protect themselves, like any other sister. They just focus on the medical side more than anything, and I really like that because I admire doctors a lot. I work with a lot of doctors and people, so the good doctors I really admire. So I was like, oh, how cool would it be if I just did this? And it was either between this and like a Nurgle Plague Marine kind of armor. But I was like, this feels so much more sentimental to me. So I was like, this one first, but definitely another one. One day. For the Emperor! Yes, indeed. The Adeptus Sororitas sisters can go from order to order depending on what's required, so I've heard. Can they really? I can imagine for the non-militant orders. Oh, well, actually, no, that is true. I think that is true. Yeah. I'm reading a book right now, and they can, like, kind of hop around if they're ordered to. The Order Hospitaller could go full militant if their aid is no longer required. Very true, exactly. Like, they have just as much training and passion for the Emperor as any other sister in the Adeptus Sororitas. So, Warhammer! Big muscle mommies. I feel like the custodians are definitely more like big muscle mommy than a sister, but the sisters are super strong, and they're still human, man. Like, they can fight beside a fucking space marine, for fuck's sake, and maybe not keep up 100%, but they can fucking, they'll be there, you know? They're all very fervent. Yeah, a heretic is a heretic, be they nurse or nun. They'll put a bolter to your head to reinforce your faith. Exactly. And they're really hardcore as well, because if they're like, oh, there's no way to help this person, there's no treatment that can be done so that they can go back into battle, like, immediately, I'll just put them out of their misery and fucking kill them. Which is insane! I was like, okay, that is crazy. That is crazy. Because to them, it's like, okay, it's you know, I feel bad for you. I don't want you to suffer. Understandable. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, in this day and age, it just doesn't work that way. Like, no, you try everything, you know? Kyle, did I tell you that my brother got into Warhammer a few weeks ago? Oh, he's gonna love it. He's gonna love it. Sisters are not usually big muscles, but very fit. Yes. Yes, definitely. Before the femstodes, the sisters were the muscle mommies. Were they really? I guess so. No, I think you're right. Some of them, the militant orders, they can be very, very muscly and strong. But I think compared to the femstodes, am I saying that right? It feels not like a femstodes. It's comparing them is crazy, you know, because a custodian is huge. They're big. No treatment, just pray harder. The Emperor shall fix them one way or another, be it death or limb regrowth. That is not true. They have other ways of treatment. It's not just praying. They are, like, taught how to be, like, they're, like, just straight up surgeons. They're doctors. They're nurses. Because I did a lot of research on this, keep in mind, because, like, specifically the Orders Hospitaller and what they do. Specifically because I made an ASMR video, and it's going to be released on Tuesday. And it's really cool, and I'm excited. I'm really excited to release it. I really wanted to get into, like, the role-playing kind of thing, so I just did a lot of research, and I do find that they do use treatments, but it's a different mindset, you know what I mean? Like, the modern doctor isn't gonna be, like, Okay, let me just put the shotgun to your head right now. There's no treatment for you. Shotgun to the head right now. Like, you're not gonna see a modern doctor practically do that, you know? We'll have to wait and see. Damn, that's dark. What's up, Lobster Mama? I'm gonna give you a heavy bolter. Oh, I could take that a few different ways. I know the sisters are proper surgeons and nurses and doctors, medical professionals. Yeah, exactly. I can show you on Discord later, but there's also acts of faith that have real results in desperate times. Yes, yeah, absolutely correct. There are like acts of faith, like through prayer or whatever it might have been. Absolutely correct. I'm reading a book right now about like how acts of faith, like what's it called? Dang it. Fuck. I haven't read it in like a little while. I paused it because I've been reading Pet Sematary. Stephen King. That's more Sisters Hospitaller. That's what I am. I am Sister Kai, the Adeptus Sororitas Orders Hospitaller. There we go. Missing my chair. I need to get a new chair. I always complain every stream, like 5 times a stream, about how my chair's broken and how I have to fix it. But I want like a nice chair. I want a comfy chair. I want a comfy chair that I can like lean back and play a game, you know? If I could have my setup in my bed, I honestly would. But I don't know. I don't need that, you know? It's only when I'm sick am I really like I can't get out of bed. But I want a big fluffy comfy chair. I follow a lot of like interior decorating stuff on Twitter and Reddit and things. So I see all this like cool stuff, all these cool setups. I'm like, I want it. Apply your buttocks on the chair softly. Yes. Wait. I was talking about my ASMR video that I'm releasing on Tuesday. I'm releasing an ASMR video. It's gonna be really cool. It's gonna be really awesome. I've got a lot of nice triggers. It's not just roleplay. It is roleplay. And I do talk, of course, and I say prayers, and I do cool stuff, I guess, with the triggers. The triggers are really nice. Timestamp everything, make it easy for people if they don't. They're like, oh, I don't like these weird sounds. I want the other sounds. Because I hate when an ASMR video doesn't have timestamps. It sucks. I'm like, oh, now I have to listen to the triggers I don't like. New fit. It's the drip. It's the drip, Irv. Like, come on. Oh, Irv, you like shoes, right? You like shoes? Well, bam. Check out these booties, okay? You can't beat them, all right, homie? You can't beat them. And yes, I still have a tail. Canonically, I'm still a rat. Don't tell. Don't tell my fellow sisters that I'm a rat. But yeah, I got the whole thing done by Hazenev. It's beautiful. I love it. I'm so happy. A mutant. Don't tell. I'm not a heretic. I promise. All my love is for the Emperor. I swear. It's okay. We'll keep your secrets. Armored up. Don't we love armored women? And I don't mean armored women when it's like they're like half armored and kind of naked. No, I'm talking about like armored women, bruv. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, they got all that shit on. Rattling. I found out recently that I have a BP condition. Oh, I don't really know how to respond to that. Tummy time. Okay, well, we don't have our tummy revealed right now, but it is actually still a really cool tummy. I love the belt. Look, I've got my book for prayers. I've got my stuffs, you know, like I'm prepped to go. I've got everything. The sororitas have almost naked women as a model. Wait, what? To have a Bible where the tummy is actually. That's pretty good though. I pop in during tummy time. Well, you pop in at the right time. Welcome, welcome. Sister Repentias. Oh, Sister Repentias. Yes, yes, yes. At first I was like, what is she talking about? What is Lobster Mama talking about? And then I'm like, oh, yes, 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 Repentia. The reason behind why they are half naked is so cool. It's because they have no armor on, keep in mind. Absolutely no armor. And it's because they want to, like, make up for this shitty mistake they made that went against their faith or code, and they want to prove, like, just how strong that faith is by running into battle first, keep in mind, head first, no armor, just going in there. All right. And also keep in mind that the sisters, us sisters, feel that we feel that you know, the more suffering you go through in battle for the emperor, you know, the stronger you are and the more noble and just fucking badass you are. Dun, 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 dun. They want to repent. Yeah, they want to repent for their sins, for the things they did wrong. Who need armor when you have big sword? But they have both. They have both. They've got both. I'm making mackin'. Why is there a nun on my Pizza Rat stream? Because today I'm wearing a new outfit. I'm wearing a new outfit today. Do you guys like the music? It's just Rogue Trader music, but I could always change it to another cool thing. I don't know. Excuse me. There's like void ship ambiance noises. Repentia use faith as their shield. If they live, they're forgiven. If they die, they weren't faithful enough. Exactly. So, but a lot of the times you'll see that sisters are like, they really, you'd think they'd be like looking down on them for going against their faith, but they actually really revere them, and they really go like, whoa, they're fucking awesome. Look at them. Just because the way they're repenting, it's extreme, and it shows how dedicated they truly are. You know? Does this make sense? I don't know if I'm making sense. That one's an intentional death sentence. I would call it more suicide because it's kind of, isn't it on their own terms, kind of, almost? Like, I think it actually, no, it depends on the mistake they made, like how extreme maybe. She noise marine on my sonic blaster till I scream the Emperor's name. That is really wacky. I like it, so we're pinning it to the stream. You messed up big time. We're strapping you to the outside of this walker. That is... I can't imagine that being that bad. It's more like they're at the walker's feet, walking right beside it and fighting right beside it, about to get crushed. Currently also corrupting my partner to do a crusade campaign on TTS is... When I read TTS, I didn't think tabletop sim, I thought text-to-speech. With me using the new Crucible Champion stuff. I don't know about any of that, but I hope you guys have an amazing time. And you're having crepes. I assume you meant crepes, bacon, and fruit. That sounds really good. That sounds so yummy, bro. That sounds really good. That's literally the point. You're gonna be a big target, and you have no protection. Specifically, a punishment for heretics. I don't think the Sisters Repentia are heretics per se. They're not. And I know this because I actually spoke with some people in my Discord about it. I asked, and they're not exactly heretics. They just went against their code in some way. So, they wouldn't be strapped. No, not Sisters or Penitent Engine. Oh, okay. I don't know anything really much about Penitent Engine. Wait, let me look it up. Penitent Engine. Okay. Large by... Oh, you mean the actual walker itself? Oh, I've seen these before! I have seen these before. I know that... Okay, I feel like a dum-dum, but yes, I've seen these before.
Neat.
But they're used by the Adepta Sororitas. Is it just any heretic? Because some of these models, they just look like sisters. Or do they dress them up that way? They probably just dress them up that way.
Please don't go. It's great having you
Yo,
here.
Joe, how's it going?
I sold some paintings lately. Maybe your brother told you?
Don't do it to me.
Don't do it. I'm not going
No.
anywhere. I'm just a sister today. I'm just a battle gnome today.
Vincent, we can't live side by
Pentheas
side.
are there to repent. Heretics, I doubt would be allowed to repent, just executed. I just remember that that in our conversation that we had is that sisters rarely ever become heretics. They like never turn heretic. So that's where the Penitent Engine I question things. Have been members of the ecclesiarchy. Okay, so it's not just sisters. It's like any heretic. Imperial priests who have fallen from Emperor's grace, or even battle sisters who have failed in their faith or through their mistakes have caused the deaths of others. Okay, so I guess it can be battle sisters, but just not exactly heretics, just wrongdoings. I guess it's just a punishment in general. Pretty fucking badass, though. Oh yeah, you see other models that are not the sisters as well that are also penitent engines. Crazy. Actually really freaky how they look. Chicken nuggets or chicken wings? Okay, chicken wings. Easy. Chicken nuggets are super yummy, but they are mostly convenient. Chicken wings are so yummy. You marinate those bitches for a day or two. Oh my god. Chicken tendies. Chicken tenders are chicken nuggets for adults. Come on. They're great. Don't get me wrong. They're great. But, like, come on. Which sauce? That depends. I'm a sauce bitch, alright? I'm a sauce hoe. So, like, I feel like it's different. Like, one day I might want, like, a ginger, honey, spicy sauce, you know, like, with teriyaki base or something. Another day I might want, like, a nice smoky hickory barbecue sauce, you know? So I don't know. I'm a sauce hoe. I can't choose. Chicken breast or chicken thighs? I prefer the boobies, the breast. I like sweet and sour, but so many places got rid of theirs. I feel like sweet and sour used to be... If you're talking about, like, that liquid death orange sauce... that literally could have passed as, like, a thick Fanta. Like, that I kind of get. It was really sweet. Yes, give me the liquid death. I think that's the name of, like, a water company or brand or something. Chicken tendies are so good. Agreed, they are delicious. What I love to get at IHOP every time I get chicken and waffles, which is just like 4 chicken tenders with honey mustard and then like a bunch of buttermilk pancakes. Like, I love them. Don't get me wrong. But if I have to choose, I'll choose wings. Especially if you go and sauce/dry rub them up as if they were wings. Yes! Okay. It's hard to choose. But, if I had to choose anything, probably chicken tendies, honestly. Yeah, actually, if chicken tendies were on the list, I would probably choose chicken tendies. But, chicken wings are so good. I love it. I love chicken wings. Can I get all the boneless chicken wings? Literally chicken nuggets. It's like, just say it. You're an adult, okay? I know you don't feel comfortable saying you want chicken nuggets, but just say it. When I go to IHOP, I get like 5 side orders of hash browns, and that's about it. I demand extra bones in my chicken nuggets. Oh, no. Extra bones? Can I get this pizza boneless? Can I get this pizza boneless? But I hope you guys like my new outfit. I hope I look good. I've been waiting to like drop this for maybe like a little over a month. It was supposed to be much sooner, but I got super sick for a while. I'm really happy with it though. It looks so cool. I'm happy. Cabo, would you eat none pizza left beef? Wait, what? Are you just saying, would I eat beef? What's none pizza? Boneless pizza. Y'all don't know that meme? Can I get this pizza boneless? You guys don't know it? Wait, you guys don't know that meme? I gotta look it up for you and play it for you. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it?
Bro, I'm dead ass hungry right now.
I think this is it.
Yeah, pizza, what you want?
Let me get a boneless pizza.
Oh my god.
A Coke.
What kind of pizza? 2-liter machine, bro. We got 1 liter though.
Fuck me, B. Alright, look, let me get that pizza boneless.
Pizza don't got bone on it.
Pizza don't got bone on it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I slapped it in the Discord. I found some like animated version and was playing it. The Sisterhood of the Burning Saint. We wanted something more unique. Whoa. What is this? This is so cool. Wait. What? Wait, Tara, this is so cool. Whoa. None pizza left beef. None pizza. Is this a meme? It's a Domino's pizza meme. Some maniac went and ordered a pizza with nothing on it except beef on the left side. Oh, that's why you say left. I thought you meant none pizza left, meaning there's no pizza left. I didn't know you meant like beef. Domino's did it. That's crazy. Where is it? It's in memes. None pizza left beef. What? So they actually fucking did it. None. That's crazy. Warhammer Kai. Yes, I am Sister Kai of the Adeptus Sororitas Orders Hospitaller. And I'm here to heal you from all your stresses and all the bullshit that you're holding on to. What's up? How's it going, homie? Tis an old Tumblr joke. Man, I remember Tumblr. Oh my god. I remember like 2012 Tumblr. Jeez. Got a tabletop thing to get to, so I'm gonna be lurking. Thank you so much for the lurkies and have a great tabletop game. Bye bye, Ruby. Thank you so much for stopping by. And what's up, Sly? Dun, dun. 07 to the Great Tumblr ban. What's the Great Tumblr ban? Did you get banned on Tumblr? I didn't even really think that was very possible. Tumblr was so heated and wonderful and psychotic, right? Right? Man, I remember, like, I wish social media was how it was in the early 2000s again. I fucking hate social media now. Man. No, when they banned all the adult content. Oh, did they ban all the adult content? When did they ban that? I don't know, maybe I was like out of I missed the MySpace. I know they have like My Oshi, which is supposed to be a MySpace but for VTubers. I was thinking about using that honestly because it looks really cool and people can decorate it at like how they used to decorate their MySpace pages, and I don't know, I thought it was really, really cool. Back in what, 2018? Oh, I wasn't on Tumblr anymore in 2018. I wasn't really on Tumblr that much then. So that makes sense why I don't know. But I do remember, I only remember for its adult content. It had a lot of adult content. Could use a different name since idol culture can be rough, but good idea. You mean for, Myoshi? Idol culture. What I love nowadays about VTubing is that a lot of indie VTubers are like, wait, fuck this idol culture crap. I can do whatever I want. It took a few years for us to get that mindset in this industry, actually, which is really crazy. But not everyone, of course, but a lot of people were just like, oh, I can't talk about, you know, myself or my experiences or my relationships or my family or things like that, just because that was the norm for like agencies. But that's like in their contract, and we don't have a contract, you know, we're indies, so it's like, fucking, oh, wait, let's just do whatever the fuck we want, you know? So, yeah, I think it's cool though, the My Oshi thing. I would like to do it, but I know that you have to do a bunch of like coding and stuff, and I don't really know how to do any of that. So I'm also, like I said, I'm not like huge on social media that much. I'm getting I'm trying to like put more time into other like actual projects, especially my ASMR stuff. And I feel much more confident doing that than like, okay, time to make a social media meme and stalk Twitter for like however many hours. Because like, I don't know, you don't need to be on there for hours, obviously, but like, it adds up. All that time adds up. And I do my best to not doom scroll. The only time I doom scroll is when I'm on the toilet. Yo, DJ Banzo, thank you so much for the follow. How's it going? You follow me. You, oh shit, she's doom scrolls on the toilet. Me too. Instant follow. Instant follow. Thank you, thank you. And YouTubers are so based for that, right? I don't know. I'm happy. I think it's really cool. That people just kind of realized, oh, let's do whatever the fuck we want. So, I mean, use a different name if you want to. Me doom scrolling on the toilet or when I'm waking up / falling asleep. I can't doom scroll, like, I don't know. I've been having trouble like with my screen time before bedtime. I sleep so bad, man. I sleep so terribly. So it's just I'm trying to find ways to sleep better. The melatonin helps me fall asleep, which is good, but then like the actual sleep itself isn't satisfying. The only time I get satisfying sleep is when I'm sick, which is only because my body is like, you know, trying to heal itself, which makes sense. But otherwise, I just sleep so terribly. But I've been drinking, I don't know, I started drinking caffeine a little. Which is nice. I like it. I do. It tastes good. Honestly, more than doom scrolling, I think it's better to say that I read too damn much. It's funny you say that because I want to start like reading a lot more again and listening to audiobooks a lot more. So I'm starting to replace when I do my work sometimes. I will, if I can, I'll be listening to like Germa. Like I'll be watching a Germa video or a Northern Lion like clip compilation or something. You know, so Instead, I'm like, oh, what if I just listen to like audiobooks and do that shit? Because sometimes I'll fall asleep listening to audiobooks when I do it at nighttime. But then when I read, like actually read a physical book before nighttime, like I'll sleep a little bit better. I trade melatonin and magnesium and helps relax muscles. Magnesium! I need to become a magnesium-based life form. Cosmic Carnage! No, Cosmical Carnage. Thank you so much for that follow. And yeah, you're right, Bisk. On the YouTube side, I definitely need to get some like magnesium tablets or something. The only thing is like I take a lot of other medicines and other medications. So, and sometimes like my mom was like, ooh, they like over-the-counter vitamins could be like, they could do something with your medication. And I don't know if that's just like her being scared or if that's true. It makes me scared. You look tough as fuck. Thank you, Savster. I'm trying, you know. Check me out. I look so cool, you know. Sister Kai reporting for duty. Yeah. If I actually get this made as like a model one day, I would love to get a toggle with just like a what's it called? A scalpel and blood on the face. Wouldn't that be cool? I think that'd be cool. I wouldn't want to throw hands with you now. Oh, you wouldn't want to do it no matter what I was wearing, homie. I will mess you up, okay? I'll mess you up. All right. You can't see my rat ears, but I still got these teeth. By the Emperor, I will chop you into little itty bitty pieces and and feed you to the troops. A Lara emote, by the way, nice. I need my magnesium or my feet hate me. Your toesy woesies need their magnesiums. I should really try it. I guess just like over-the-counter stuff might be okay. I don't know. Balt, welcome. Hello, Armored Hospitaler. Yes, I am. I'm on site. Sister Ordered Hospitaler. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Sorry, I got a little distracted looking at something. She gonna steal your cheese? I will steal your cheese and your liver and your anything that is needed to help the troops and are you stiff because of the heavy armor? It's not like an actual model. I have like my model underneath. It's an outfit. It's like an overlay. So it doesn't move. It's not rigged. That's why I say it's not a real model yet. But I'd like it to be. It's still like an outfit and I like it. It's like, think of it like when noticeable yet. I mean, I guess. I still think it looks nice. I still think it looks nice. You're right, you'd still beat me no matter what. I would do my very best to kick your ass. Don't worry. How's everyone doing here? I just came back from light exercises where we did medical stuff and shot stuff. Dang, okay. It does look great on you. Thank you! I appreciate it. I was a little worried because I didn't want to... Hey! Thank you so much, DC! Thank you! Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Thank you so much. What was I saying? I was a little worried releasing this because I was like, oh, what if people think it's like weird because it's all like, you know, it is stiff. And I don't want people to be like, oh, it's shitty, you know, but it's like such beautiful art and, you know, I know other people who've done this and they you know, worked fine for them, but I was a little worried. I'm blah, blah, blah. So please have patience. I mean, it kind of is stiff, so it might be good for special occasions and all. I mean, I don't know. I think it's pretty, like, nice. And it's just like people don't realize how expensive this stuff is. Like, it's really expensive. Rigging is, I mean, it's understandable why it's so expensive, don't get me wrong. Like, I have it and I like it, so I'm gonna. Isn't a model like 200 on the cheap end? Very cheap. That's, I mean, if a custom one, then that's like, it's insanely cheap. That's like ridiculously cheap. But the model I have that's under the outfit is like really like high quality and stuff. And if I wanted to get to that level, I need another grand and a half. Who fucking knows? Like it's a big money, exactly. So, and I didn't want to just like sit on this, especially because it's something I really like. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And it is armor, so it doesn't look like weird. I think the only thing that's like, yeah, whatever. I just, you know, have patience with it. I like it, and I wanna like it. But anything Warhammer, Gucci for that. I mean, I'll decide what I want to do with whatever I want to do. The only thing they need rigging is just really expensive, homie. Like, that's all I'll say. So just have patience with it, alright? You should definitely get an armor outfit for your model. I mean, this is an armor outfit. This is. I'm wearing one. I'm wearing one right now. Y'all. $200 would be one of those models that you can go and have that pre-made, but with a bunch of customizability. Yes, exactly. Customizable models are amazing. I wish I had them when I started VTubing 5 years ago. But they're amazing. I believe every new VTuber should start with a customizable model before they invest in like crazy like stuff, you know. But yeah, you're right, Joe. Nothing that would pull off a Warhammer cosplay like this. Like, you couldn't customize it to that extent. If you could, like, holy shit. Let me see the whole outfit. Yeah! Isn't it beautiful? I think it's so pretty. I think it's so pretty. And I might still have a tail. I might still have my tail. Don't tell. Don't tell. Don't tell anyone. The mutation. Don't tell. Don't tell. Shh. If you could be a Space Marine chapter, which chapter would you want to be in? I'd probably be a Plague Marine. Unpopular. But I'd probably be a Plague Marine. I'm telling homie. And I thought you were a home slice. The Stanky Marines. Yeah! They were my first paint project. And I really just loved their design. And I fell in love with Mortarion and his edginess. And is that a surgical chainsword? Oh, you know it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Bisque. It is. You can see it right there. Bam. And then you can see my book of prayers right beside it, you know. You know, gotta have that handy. It looks beautiful. Yes, thank Hazenev. Let's get a little shout out. Let me do a little shout out for Hazy. Hazenev is also a VTuber and an amazing artist. Please go check them out. Please go check them out. Oh, I don't think on YouTube. I don't think it worked that way. But here, let me do this on YouTube. There we go. Now you just need a dead sister at your feet to match the model. Damn, Rio, that's cold. Welcome, Rio, Ritan, welcome. Definitely gotta have the Bible. We gotta have the Book of Prayers, dog. Can't go anywhere without it. How am I supposed to, you know, bless motherfuckers, you know, for the Emperor and shit. Anything dead could be a Ratling or a Krieger. I love the I love the whole armor with the armor bits with the skulls on them. I sent a bunch of images to Hazy and I was like, these are what they look like. These are what the Order's Hospitaller look like, the Sisters Hospitaller, and oh, thank you for the head pats. And you can take from each one, you can combine them, you can do whatever, you can choose like whichever. I love them all, and you're an amazing artist, and she's done tons of work for me before. She's the one who originally designed my pizza rat model. We just sat in a phone call and then she doodled and I was like, hey, I like this. And she just doodled it for me. So she's amazing. Yeah. What's up, Kirito? How's it going? Love the new outfit. Thank you. It's not rigged just yet, but I like it a lot and it's really pretty and I'm enjoying it. Or a little soldier doll by your chest. That would be really cute. That'd be adorable. What happened to my music? What happened to my music? What? It's over. Gotta be kidding me. Spent an unreasonable amount of time doing customizations on my Hospitaller for my sister's crusade army. Really? I'm flattered. I'm flattered. Thank you. Thank you. Spending so much time on little me. Oh, shucks. Oh, golly. Mega respect. I still have my Emperor's Children and Rats to work on. I have, I didn't really understand what do people call it? Like, just this plastic grave, not a graveyard, the pile of shame or whatever is a pile of shame. It's it's rough, man. It's growing. My pile is growing and it's hard because I'm like, oh, I want to only paint on stream. Thank you, Sky, for the lurkies. Thank you, Puppy Sky, for the lurkies. But I want to paint only on stream, and I only want to paint with y'all. Like, it's fun every week. So, it's like, fuck, I can only do so much in a few hours, But I still have so much fun. I must resist quoting the primer on mutation. Anyone want any specific I read prayers from the primer? Wait, what? For the machine spear? Are you trying to come off like, are you trying to come off like are you role playing right now? Wait, the primer? Oh, you're talking about oh, my silly little, the mutation, huh? I'm finishing up an Acastus Knight Porphyrion. Porphyrion. Yeah, let's pretend that's how I say it. Before I get to work on my Celestian Insidiance. Yeah, that's one. And some assorted Why are all the dudes you're working on so hard to pronounce? Or am I just silly? I think I'm just a little silly. I have a copy. I couldn't resist buying it as an infantryman IRL. Nice! That's pretty cool. The Uplifting Infantryman's Primer. Is that what is that? When you said primer, I thought you meant like painting primer. Uplifting. Wait, what is this? Uplifting Infantryman Primer. Oh, it's a book. It's a companion book by Matt Rouse, presented as an in-universe manual for Imperial Guardsmen during the Gulf Crusade, filled with propaganda, lore, and tactical information, written in a satirical, tongue-in-cheek style. Okay. So it's just very, is it memey? It's got amazing reviews. Hey, you know what? I want to read this. I would love to read this. My favorite Space Marine is Lacquer. I'm joking about the word primer. Oh my god. For a second, I almost believed you. I was like, huh? I want to crush your fucking face, damn it. For a second, I almost believed you. I can't open it. Okay. Oh my god, I found a PDF where it's literally just someone used a copier on the book. Oh my god. The Imperial Guard Handbook is a central title in a series of publications. Soldiers' particulars. Whoa, the art is really cool in here. Issued arms, Imperial Guard. Someone really went into all of this. This is so cool. The detail fans will go through for 40k. And Warhammer in general is just astounding and wow. Really cool. I'd never lie about my real favorite, Stain. Stop it! Orcs are indeed weaker than humans. Well, they're weaker, but they are larger in number, aren't they? There's a lot of them. And also, isn't it kind of up to them with the wah? Wah. I can't do that too much. It actually hurts my voice. My throat. Oh, I gotta take a sip of something. Thank you, Ash, for the lurkies. If we don't rely on primer, when you say primer, do you mean this book, the Imperial Infantryman's Uplifting Primer?
Don't let your kids watch it.
The only reason orcs are quote-unquote weaker is because they believe humans are a threat. Thus they are. Ah, okay, that's actually... I love the head tap. The head tap. The think, haha, think. If I'm being honest though, Cadians are some of my favorites in Warhammer. The planet broke before the guarded. I think it's the infantrymen and just the Imperium soldiers. They're like super awesome and honorable because there are just so fucking many of them that just put their, sorry, I'm fixing my chair, that put their lives on the line. It's fucking awesome. It's very admirable, and they're just little guys. They're just dudes, you know. There's nothing crazy special about them. There's nothing crazy special about them. They're just dudes. And sometimes that's just almost more honorable than like any of these other crazy Primarchs and their wild factions and shit, you know? The cojones of someone the cojones of someone going against a literal demon with literally nothing is badass. I mean they don't have nothing. They do have like their bolters and their, not bolters, what I'm saying. Their guns and their whatevers, their weapons, but they still definitely you need a pair of cojones. Yeah, like a big old, you know, you got, I don't. OMG, Cabo! I looked at the bottle cap for the Sunset Sparse Pearl and I noticed it's a blue star. Wait, what? You got a blue star? Wait, you got a blue star cap? Oh shit, that is so cool! Yes, I got one. I don't think I got a blue star cap. I have to look. I keep all the bottle caps in the little bottle cap pouch. I'm really pissed that that bottle cap opener is only for twist offs. Who needs to open a fucking bottle with a twist off opener? You can just twist it off with your hand. That's the whole point. Why is it twist off? You know? It's like, damn, bro. That's really awesome, though. Like, hold on to that, Joe. Hold on to it. I don't like the drinks that much. I'm not very crazy on them. The Quantum one tastes like a melted Slurpee at the bottom of your, you know, paper cup at the movies. Which isn't bad. It's good, actually. But it's just so much. I can't. I put it in random whenever you want to check. That's really cool. To be fair, if they don't have faith, it does nothing. Meaning the Imperium soldiers. Yeah, like my two favorite factions are Guard and Sororitas because they're just regular folks. Yes, exactly. People think Sororitas are all like, you know, like beefed up and whatever because, you know, like they're you know, like Space Marines. Like, no, they're literally just humans. They are just super dedicated humans with an insane amount of faith. They just train themselves to no fucking end, to the point where they can stand beside a Space Marine and like hold themselves together. Like, it's so cool. For me, it's Eldari and Drukhari because I love my elves. I really need to look more into the Drukhari. There's so much about Warhammer I feel like I still don't know. It really makes me upset because when someone's like, oh, you like Warhammer? Well, what do you know about this thing? And I'm like, I don't. I actually don't. I don't know about that thing. Gonna do groceries. Go do what you gotta do. Welcome, Sleep Cabo Battle, sister. Yup. Sister Kai. Reporting for duty. I said duty. Pizza Rat of Battle. What is your wisdom? Ah, yes. Ah. Pepperoni, yes. Sausage, yes. For those of you who don't know, my usual model, I'm a pizza delivery rat. I'm not always a sister hospitaler, but I'm gonna be probably wearing this every time I do anything 40K related. So once a week, probably. Thank you.
I want it.
Thank you. I know it's a little stiff, but I like it a lot, and it makes me very happy. Thank you. Good wisdom, yes. Oh, man. There is an ad break going on right now. I forgot to announce it, but we're just chilling. We're not starting or doing anything crazy just yet. There's something different today. Something's a little different today. Now we're back from ads. Really? Twitch is poopy then. They don't understand. But welcome! Bolts, let me give you a little shout out. Please check out the amazing, the beautiful, the wonderful, the elude and crude Bolts the Mechanic. If you like the games I play, a lot of fun retro games and goofing around, and definitely big bahongers or godongers, you know. You want to go check them out right now. BRB. Oh, good, Bolt. Bum, 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 bum. Bolts, the amount of Bolts emotes we get in this chat makes me so happy. Whenever I see a Bolts emote, I flip. I'm like, is that a Bolts emote? Oh my god, in my chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. I get so happy. I love listening to you be happy about Warhammer. Really? I feel like so annoying. I feel so annoying when I talk about it. I was in a collab, maybe, this is like a few months ago, and it was like a particularly large collab, and they were like, oh, everybody introduce yourselves, and, you know, I was like, okay, well, you know, my content is, you know, kind of the retro, the 40K stuff, and other nerdy stuff, and then one of the other, you know, people who I didn't know that was in the collab, I didn't know them very well, they were like, oh shit, you like 40K? And I was like, yeah, I like 40K. And then we kind of like nerded out a little bit. And then one of the collabbies was like genuinely, I guess, upset. She's like, oh, and then they went, oh my god, we get it, you're nerds. And I was like, damn. So now I feel like, okay, I have to be really selective about when I geek out, because like not everybody likes it. Yeah, never. I like yappers. I will never find you annoying. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's very sweet. That's very kind. Nice outfit. Thank you. Thank you. I'm excited to get it rigged, but I didn't want to wait however long, you know. I wanted to use it. Yeah. If I could be more annoying about it. No, then we could, because I don't want to make them think like, oh, not only am I myself annoying, but like people who like Warhammer and stuff in general. It's something you love. It is, though. That is a good point. But I also want to be considerate of other people, and I didn't. It was like a lot of people there, so I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll be quiet." But nobody else was like complaining, and some people were like, "Oh, that's cool." But
Water.
I genuinely felt like, okay, like, dang.
Water.
Let's hydrate.
Water.
Oh, and thank you for the head pats. Ah. Okay. Excuse me. It's pizza time. Yo, don't make me want pizza, bro. Don't make me want pizza. On my own stream? Dog. If someone shuts you down because you're passionate about something, they aren't worth giving the mind of day. I mean, yeah, I probably won't ever collab with that person again. Because it was not, it was really funny because the person and I who had really bonded, there was like a lot of people there though. I can't believe they would be so like annoyed by the two of us when they easily could have just like gone away to do something with other people. But it was like, I was like, dang, I'm just trying to make a friend, dog. like, God, how do you make friends? You share what you like with friends. Never change, Calvo. I don't know. Yo, thank you, my reveries. Sorry. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. How are you doing? Welcome. You're now a home slice. It is shitty behavior to complain about passionate stuff, especially when the whole point of the collab was to make new friends, and it's like, oh, this is something like cool.
I want it. It's everything.
Yay, thank you. I love the outfit. It makes me happy. But that is, I don't know. I like to see the better in people. I'm like, oh, maybe it was like she couldn't hear her friends or something. Or he, I don't remember their pronouns, apologies, but, I don't even remember their name. There was so many people in this thing. It was a lot of people. But I don't think I'll ever, like, I think I was just like, okay, I'll be a little quiet, you know, but a lot of people feel that way about people who enjoy Warhammer, and I guess just like, I don't know, stop having fun. No, I will not, Bisk. I'll never stop having fun, bruv. So hardly an excuse to interrupt others is rude. Yeah, I guess in my brain I was like, oh, maybe I was the one that was interrupting. Maybe I was the one that was like not shutting up when we were supposed to shut up. That was my thought, you know. But looking back on it, I was like, oh no, I think he was just, they were just a shitty person. Not worth remembering if they were like that. I mean, there's a reason I don't remember them. It's because they're not worth remembering. What I'd miss? No, we're just talking shit. No, I don't even, we're talking shit about people who I don't even remember their names. Fucking A. We're just saying like, how we should always be happy with what we want to do and stuff. Yeah. If others are partaking, it's fine. Like, if you're mid-discussing stuff, it's fine. It was literally just like, oh, you know, what do you like? I like this. Oh, you like that? That's so cool. I like that too. And then other people were also, like, chiming in. And then, get it, you're a nerd. God. I was like, shit, bro. But I feel bad saying, like, oh, I should try being more selfish next time. And I should not shut up. Because it technically, looking back on it, yeah, it would have been okay. But in the moment, I was like, I felt like a little kid. But I need to be more confident in those situations. That's good armor you've got on there, friends. Iron, solid, and true. Yes, you would know as the Whiterun Guard, wouldn't you? Be selfish and be happy. I would love to be selfish and be happy, man. All the time. That would be so fucking fun. All the time. To be fair, I'd probably back down as well. I think the only reason I really backed down was because there were a lot of other people there, and I didn't want to make a terrible impression. I wanted to be professional. I wanted to be nice. So I was like, okay, I'll just, you know, I'll shut up then. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't know. I still like to see the good in them. Maybe they were just having a bad day, you know? Maybe they aren't a shit for brains. Maybe they, you know, they were just not having a good day and they didn't like hearing people be happy. Okay, I love that in my brain I started saying that legitimately, but then as I listened to myself say it, I was like, wait a second. Oh my god. Is there any greater impression than hurling insults though? Okay, it's an impression, but I wouldn't say it's a good impression. I think it could be admirable if it's valid. It can be admirable if it's valid. But if you do that in like the VTuber scene with people you don't even know, then it could be seen as a little bit like drama. Like, oh, she's drama. And I don't want to be drama because I'm absolutely not. So I don't want to be remembered as that. But if it were like I'm standing up for something that is valid and true. But I'm not going to make a big hoopla out of, hey, can you stop nerding out when it's not relevant? Because it wasn't relevant. It was just a bonding thing. But anyways, to move on. Some people don't like to see others happy. That was just sarcasm. Okay, I have the worst. I cannot understand like sarcasm or tone over text. Does anyone else have insane trouble with this? Like, it's not like I'm reading a book and then it's like, Jerry said this with a smirk. Like, you know, no. I have such a hard time freaking reading tone over text. I can't. It's gotta fight for your right to party. Hell yeah. Haven't started yet. I've come to ask for painting advice. We haven't started, but actually, we will start now in just a little bit. I'll take a little break. I'll get more water, and then I'll do that. I don't know crazy amount about painting, keep in mind, but feel free to ask in chat. People who love to paint and have been painting a long time are in the chat, so feel free to ask. Sarcasm doesn't translate over text. It doesn't. But also, I'm going to be painting, but then I might be playing some other games later. I might be playing, I'm thinking Dark Tide or Total War. I'm thinking, but I'm kind of leaning towards Dark Tide because I haven't played it in a little bit, and I really would like to play it. And I'm still getting used to Total War. About brushes specifically, well, you go for it. Ask, homie. It's a bit hard for me though. I'm used to extreme sarcasm, so I'm probably fine. I'm totally used to sarcasm, like when I can hear it. If I don't actually hear it, it's like if I'm reading it, I'm like it goes right over my head. Unless there's like an emoji or something. That's where emojis come in handy, you know? Actually, we're going to be right back for just a little bit. Not too long. We're going to move over to painting. It'll just be a few minutes, so please be patient. I'm going to play some of my Warhammer lore shorts, so stick around. You guys can listen to my shorts. I'll BRB.
How do Space Marines take a fat dump? In their armor, of course. A Space Marine's armor will take their poo-poo and their armor will recycle it into a yucky paste for them to slurp on down. Because come on, who doesn't love eating filtered fat turds? Nurgle approved. Yummy.
Perfect. Oh my god.
Isn't it great?
Chris!
I know, it's my dream.
I have goosebumps everywhere. This is out of this world.
Like a hobbit.
Stop! I love hobbits. I would love to be a hobbit with nasty leather toes.
What the fuck? You disgusting
Did someone say big, beautiful muscle mommies? As of the release of the Adeptus Custodes Codex 10th edition, Games Workshop has confirmed that Henry Cavill's favorite army now includes women. But Cabo, they're all men in past lore. Hate to break it to you, buddy-o, but these are custodians. No gene seed, meaning no gender restriction. These stronger, big, bad golden boys, and now girls, have been individually handcrafted to perfection. I mean, come on, look at her. Many think this is all a retcon from Games Workshop, so they don't like our golden-clad baby girls. Sure, female custodians haven't been mentioned in any past lore, but there are nada zero no sources that say women cannot undergo the process to become custodians. But you're gonna say no to a sweet set of bogundas? Some sweet coconuts?
Nice call.
Please step on me.
Perfect.
How dumb are orcs in 40k? Dumb enough to believe the louder a gun is, the more powerful it is. Dumb enough to believe painting a vehicle red will make it go faster, because the red ones go faster. Dumb enough to believe that if something should work, it works. And then it works, just because they think so. Dumb enough to go back in time, kill themselves, just so they can get their favorite gun as a spare. Orcs go, wah! So yeah, they're numbskulls.
What the f is that? Those are cyber cherubs. Now you're probably thinking, what would someone want with a lobotomized flying baby? Lots of things, obviously. Well, firstly, they are vat-grown constructs inspired by religious Renaissance art. Usually they're equipped with decorative wings and all sorts of cybernetics and junk. They serve the Imperium, usually the Ecclesiarchy, as a unique kind of servitor. These baby things are mainly aesthetic, but still have many tasks, not just lugging around holy texts in the Ministorum, but even assisting the Sisters of Battle on the front lines with ammo or aiding in rituals. But Emperor protect me, they have to be one of the freakiest things about this already terribly demented franchise. I mean, look at it. It's a baby. A baby. But is it really a baby? Nope. It's a vat-grown, cybernetically enhanced homunculi invented by the Adeptus Mechanicus with the intention of creating a flying servitor type that holds the symbolic representation of purity. Yeah, because this is totally screaming purity and innocence. If you ask me, this thing's as pure as Nurgle's left butt cheek.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! 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 Aw.
Do you get off on Gunpla? Do you jork it to 40k? Yes? Really? Well, the Tau Empire are your go-to commie space weebs with sick battle suits inspired by Gundam and Gunpla. Tau mechs are a hell of a lot different than ye olde Space Marines Dreadnoughts. Not all big hunks of junk are made the same, you know? The Tau battlesuits adorn a sharper design and longer, more nimble legs. Now compare this to that big, fat, bulbous Dreadnought. True nerds will sometimes use Gundam models to stand in for Tau units and paint Tau units like Gundam. What do angry Marines hate more than anything? Ranged weaponry, Twilight, pussies, heretics, yo mama, furries, movies based on video games, traitor Primarchs, EA. Anything Slaneshi, Games Workshop executives, and you. Always angry all the time. You think you've got daddy issues? Well, not like these Primarchs. We're talking about Mortarion, Primarch of the Death Guard. Bro's got 2 dads. This means double the daddy issues. Big Daddy Emperor harnessed the power of God and anime and killed Morty's abusive, fugly, fart-faced adoptive father. Morty was all like, oh, but Dad, I wanted to kill him. Then he turned emo and hated Big Daddy E for being...
Oh shit! My bad, my mic is off. I can't reach my usual display, so I guess in my brain I just assumed it was on. But anyways, I didn't say too much other than here we are, we're ready. We're gonna be painting my kawaii little Dreadnought. And it's gonna be cool. What we're gonna do is we're gonna we can keep listening to chill music, or we can what's it called? Watch a lore video. We could watch a cool lore video. I was thinking we could watch something like, all right, let's do this. Yeah, like here. I was thinking something chill, like Lure to Sleep to, you know, like Necrons. Do you guys want to listen to something? Either or is fine. I'm definitely going to be talking a lot. So I mean, I like to pause and whatever. This is also really chill. His stuff is pretty chill. So there's that. Shall we get to it? Shall we get to it? I think this is a pretty decent setup. Yeah. I think so. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, let's chill. The mechanic is OST. Would we get copyright claimed for that? Is that a video game or? Everyone's saying nice things while she can't talk back. Dang, nice nail polish. Thank you. I like this nail polish. It's like a teal, bluish, greeny, like it's a nice teal. I like teal. It goes well with my hair because I'm ginger. So we absolutely would. Music maker also streams, so don't want to recommend that. Might bring attention to another streamer. I mean, I don't care about bringing attention to another streamer. I don't really care about that. That's not a big deal. Like, if I'm using their content, I would want to, like, bring attention to them. I'm not like, I'm not too afraid. It's when people start promoting themselves in, like, where they come into my chat or into my Discord, and out of nowhere they just start promoting themselves. That's where it's like, okay, slow down, hold your horses, you know. But I think this is okay. This isn't music. This is like a lore video. This is about the Necrons. You guys want to learn about the Necrons? There's other ones though. The Sleepy Hollow is this one's name. I like him a lot. I think Necrons are pretty cool. I think I saw a different one though. Let's look here. Dark Angels, Chaos Gods. There's the Astra Militarum. These are really long, by the way. What the? Oh my god. My mom is calling me. I can't talk, lady. We could learn about the Custodians. That's also really cool. Or the Eldari. Or the Black Templars. I don't really know anything about the Black Templars. But I also don't know much about the Eldari. Let's learn about the Eldari. This is part 1, so we'll see. What the hell is this? No ads. Why? Okay, that was weird. Anyways.
Stars lived and died at our command. We were masters of space.
How's that? You guys hear that okay?
And every other dimension. Our dominance was undisputed.
Okay.
But that all changed.
So what should we start with?
Our ancestors succumbed to the weakness that lies in every one of us still.
Shake.
And in doing so,
welcome, Willow, on the YouTube side.
Our race.
That's also.
Now, as the darkness and fire of the
there we go. If anybody wants to see that,
we must fight with greater ferocity, skill, and foresight than ever before.
Okay, gonna work on this.
Our ancestors have placed a great burden.
Make a nice
indeed.
pink again.
But bear it we must. We
First,
are to survive the tempests. Every Eldari must answer the call. Asuryani of the craft worlds.
I don't fucking know.
Of the laughing god, the growing death cult of the Inari, and the raiders and pirates upon the path of the outcast. With the gifts of our seers and the intelligence of our rangers, we must look to battles of the future.
He's really...
We must strike with the power of courage.
He's really chill, like very soft. Very soft.
And when needed.
Okay, we've got our Kawaii Dreadnought
Let
dude.
ourselves embrace
Sorry.
the searing fury of Cain to shatter our foes. We must acknowledge that death, as never before, is a part of life, and may indeed
Not done yet,
be
obviously.
our only path to survival.
You shut up!
You shut up! That scared me.
I'm so fucking scared right now. You shut up!
I'm not talking, bro.
Are you doing this? No, I'm doing this.
Into despair.
Okay. Ooh, we could add a blue as
The
well.
Eldari. Once,
I like
the
that idea.
Eldari ruled the galaxy.
We're also gonna do this
And
little
the
like
long,
blue, a
winding
little bit.
tale of their history reaches deeper into the past than even that time.
So sorry, I scared you. It's okay. People do a lot worse. It's fine.
The Eldari that dwell in the galaxy today are but fragments of that glorious former empire.
I just
And
wanna.
every
Ooh.
one of them must accept the reality that
There
its
we go.
collapse was their own doing.
Ooh.
The Eldari are largely a nomadic race, sailing
Cracker
the
open.
void
Ooh.
aboard fleets of warships
Ooh.
or upon massive vessels known
Almost like my
as
nails.
craft worlds. Others of their kind are based in the Webway, a labyrinthian series of pathways that exists between the material realm and the warp. Part of both, but wholly in neither.
Do people fall asleep to this and then they absorb all the information?
Compared to many
Please show
other
me a wet palette or
races
water
in the
dropper so I
galaxy,
know you're thinking. No, I'm using a
Eldari
ghetto.
are
I've got a ghetto as a wet palette. I don't want to be judged, okay? So I'm not showing it. But if there's a wet palette and I am thinning it, don't worry.
to annihilation by the hubris
But I'm
of
not
the
showing it, okay?
ancestors Many thousands of years ago.
I'm too embarrassed.
Once, the mere dreams of the Eldari overturned.
But I'm just
the
mixing
worlds
into like a
and
nice
quenched
like
suns.
pastel-y blue.
At their empire's
color.
height, the
It looks
homeworlds of
gray on the
Eldari
camera,
were
but
glittering paradises. Their powers were godlike, and their armies were nigh on undefeatable. This bred arrogance among many.
do you guys like this video or is it boring?
Which in turn
What should we
led
do
to
for
catapult
this? For this blue? This blue, I think up
a
here in these
foresighted
would be really
few
cool.
warned
As
of the
blue.
impending doom and fled. But they were ignored by almost all of their kind. Though their long history has
Just kinda
always
lightly
been
over
one of
here.
glories and sorrows, it is now the latter that dominate. Hope is a rare commodity among the peoples of the Eldari now. Some even see it as dangerous, for a hope that becomes false will hurt them more than a grim acceptance.
Like, it's pretty chill, it is.
To fully understand the Eldari's plunge from Zenith to Nadir, one must first understand them as a species. Physically, Eldari resemble humans, but this comparison is one-dimensional to the point of uselessness.
What? Why? They're physically.
Their
Why is it?
minds, physiology, and souls, they are truly alien.
Okay.
Eldari are taller than baseline humans.
There we go.
with
Got that first
longer,
coat on the
cleaner
front.
limbs. They have handsome, striking, and well-defined features.
Okay.
Skin is pale and unblemished
There we
as
go.
polished marble.
Keep in mind, we're also
For
bedazzling
all
this.
the lightness of
So
their appearance,
I am going to leave some spots looking a little funny, but it's only to make the bedazzles pop more. bedazzles, jewels, or whatever. I stole some of my sister's bedazzling things.
Eyes possess a penetrating quality, more like that of a hunting feline than a human being. All 5 of their senses are more finely honed, and as a result, they can experience ecstasies through music, food, perfumes, physical beauty, and touch.
Wasn't that how like Slanesh was born? Is that they just had so much shit, and they were just enjoying shit so much to the point where they literally birthed a god?
Beyond that of many other races. This often lends them a haughty and pretentious manner, or at the very least, the appearance of it. One of the most fundamental and visible differences between an Eldari and a human is how they move. The Eldari radiate elegance and poise.
So much censored by TOS. What?
Is laden with subtle
that yes, it birthed a god. Like they just did so much craziness.
Significant as spoken words in Eldari communication and etiquette.
We're at a crossroad where if we raise the volume, it might overpower you. But if it's low enough where you can just chat, I can't really hear it. Well, that's why I have some of the... Do you prefer if I pause it? I mean, I can pause it when I talk, but I talk quite a fucking lot. That's kind of why I put the subtitles on there for you guys. I can make the subtitles a little bit bigger. Can I? Yes. I can make them a bit bigger for you guys. There you go. So if you do want to... If you want to keep it up and like keep reading, then there you go.
Leisurely swing of the sword.
How's that?
Into a
they just had too much fun. Yo, they were doing it too much, dog. Was it like an orgy? Was it a specific moment or like a feast or something? Or did it just happen one day?
Minds race through processes, possibilities, and emotions so quickly and intensely that even the dullest of Eldari would be a once-in-a-century genius to mankind.
The dumbest. Imagine they just shipped their dumbest Eldari to the humans.
Operate at a much higher level of efficiency, and aging does not render them frail or senile. Provided they survive the many horrors of the galaxy, Eldari can live for millennia. And thanks to their hyperactive physiology and neurology, enjoy lives rich in sensation.
Fucking cunt! You know when you just get the tiniest bit. Woo! Ryu, thank you so much for the follow.
Disease.
The meme is an orgy, but it's just a lot of emotion. It's gotta be an orgy. Come on.
Superiorities. All Eldari are psychic to an extent. It is said that the ancient
I just focused back in because I heard orgy.
And that those
That's how they were born.
Could crush a weapon.
Imagine if you were conceived during an orgy. Your parents would never tell you.
Such is the race's psychic potency that much of their technology is based upon psychic engineering.
Imagine having to test for that.
With matter being manipulated into the required forms.
Gotta find out who the parent is. Oh my god.
They create force-powered melee weapons.
An orgy by the Emperor.
By the psychic signature of their intended wielder. And ranged weapons that are triggered by psychic impulse rather than physical action. All of these great advantages come at a price. Though the exhilaration of battle, the intellectual rewards of study, and
knowledge,
the physical pursuits can inspire transcendent bliss for the Eldari, failure in an endeavor can cause them to experience soul-racking sorrow, doubt, and despair that would shatter the mind of a human. This deep contrast leads the Eldari to produce works of art, music, theater, literature and poetry
You
that
just
are
no,
breathtaking in their beauty, but also
no.
in their darkness.
I
This
saved it. I
darkness,
saved it. I saved it.
which lies in the soul of every
I saved it. I
Eldari,
saved it. I saved it.
has the power to consume them.
Fine.
should they
What?
let it.
Scared me. Yo, 11-inch
Scales of
pianist.
pleasure of
Wow.
Eldari can
Thank you for
feel
the
in
follow.
So many different ways
Sorry, that was loud.
that forever gnaws at each of them.
They were wrestling.
Nice cock. Perfect.
Goddamn.
The Eldari who did so millennia ago,
Here, I'll lower
seeking
the
out
alerts
ever
just a
deeper
bit.
gravities, brought about the fall.
I'll lower the alerts for today. That's a tiny pianist. A small piano.
Perfection of the
Welcome, 11-inch
Eldari,
pianist.
blinded by their pride.
Aren't
They
Eldari
saw
technically
their
capable of having
freedom
multiple
and
fathers for a
freedom
child?
beyond all doubt.
That is
Believed the
a
darkness that had
strange
soared over the galaxy
idea.
was theirs by right. Nothing had posed a threat to the Eldari's existence since their time immemorial.
Oh, his little leg is a little
And they
dislocated because I
believed they had
dropped him.
nothing left
Yikes.
to fear
It's not like dislocated, it's just a
universe.
tiniest bit more wobbly than the other.
They were fatally
Look,
incorrect.
Pim, I know it's our job to help this guy and everything, but I
Huh?
think this guy's a lost cause.
At the
No,
peak
He's obviously made up his
of the
mind.
Eldari's
Why don't we
ancient
just cut our
power,
losses and get out of here?
nothing was beyond their reach, and no form of exploration or experimentation was forbidden.
I gotta get more white.
They asked only if they could, rather than if they should, and their confidence was total. They plied the stars at will, and immersed themselves in every wonder and sensation.
Is Twitch just naturally way quieter than YouTube? Twitch does
They
compress
created
audio
entire
differently,
worlds
yeah.
dedicated to their pleasures. Such was their dominance that even stars lived and died.
Twitch compresses audio differently. It's why ASMR videos will do much better on YouTube. Because YouTube doesn't do that. It does compress it, just not nearly as much.
Pursued their desires, with no thought on their minds besides indulging their every wish, dream, and curiosity. By mastering the webway, their reach extended to the entire
The
galaxy,
webway.
and they learned much of the universe that has long been forgotten. Even when an Eldari died, after a millennia-long life,
Yeah,
their
how long
spirits
do they
dissolved
live?
calmly back into the aether.
Welcome,
Again,
Warhammer
to
commentator.
be
Commentator. How's it
shared
going?
their cause. The warp did not thirst for their souls then,
There we
as it does
go.
today.
Pretty.
There were still wars in this time, with young, upstart, inferior races. Most were incredibly short-lived.
It's coming together nicely. Slowly but surely. Just wait till the bedazzling's coming in, okay? Just wait till I start putting some sparkles on this bitch, okay?
They knew in their hearts that they reigned supreme, and were convinced that nothing could topple them.
Yo, what's up, Melanie? How's it going?
Catalyst for the downfall
Favorite
of the
melon-flavored
Eldari
VTuber,
came
what's
not
up?
from some alien invader, but from within their own collective psyche. Their deep, insatiable need.
Just
to
kind of
feel their
squeeze that in
passions,
there. Please don't get on there.
follow
Yes.
every wish with
Yes.
strength.
Just about to get started on my Warhammer project. A little bigger than the Dreadnought. Ooh. Feel free to join my Discord and share what you're working on. We love to talk about what we share, and everyone likes to look at what we're all up to and stuff. We've got a little channel. Please join. It's in my links section if you
Totally
like.
surrendered to all their most hedonistic impulses.
Okay.
And exotic cults dedicated to countless kinds of sensual excess and esoteric knowledge sprang up across their domains. The older, nobler pursuits they cast aside as dull and overly restrictive.
Sorry if I go quiet a little bit while I while I paint. I hold my breath too. I'm like, oh.
Sought out every imaginable way to explore the full range of their emotions and senses. All was perilously
Just a
decadent
little bit more.
to a level corrosive
Decadent.
to their
Oh
souls.
my.
The pleasure cults gained a hold over Eldari society, the acts of their members passing beyond the bounds of even extreme addiction. Millions were totally consumed by their
He
darkest
makes something
passions
so
and
terrible sounds so calm and
Eldari
relaxing.
culture slipped into anarchy. Some
Oof, there's
saw
that
what was
little bit of
happening
lilac that
before,
I missed just right
settling on their
there.
lawns. These Exodites reverted to more Puritan ways of life to stave off the spiritual decline the rest of their race was undergoing. Over time, the hideous lusts of the
You know what?
Eldari
I actually
grew to
wanted
such
to
an
have.
extent
I got a little.
and
I love Three Musketeers. Yeah.
began to
Fucking
stalk
cunt.
the shadows.
I hate when that happens.
Torture and murder.
Play the
became
Emperor.
avaricious pursuits
Give me my
in their
chocolate.
own right. And blood flowed through the streets. Hidden realms within the webway.
Making me a
returned
bitch sleepy? Me too.
entirely to the pursuit of sadism and
Making me a bitch sleepy too. I mean, obviously it's meant to do that. Let's keep this one on the side though. Let's see. We were looking at 40k music. 40k lore. Let's just look at some 40k lore in general. The complete history of 40k lore. That's the first thing we see. Unification Wars, Birth of the Imperium. This is actually pretty interesting. I never really considered that or thought about it too much. Timeline is I like Westhammer. I like Westhammer. Westhammer is really cool. Adeptus Mechanicus. Ooh, do we want to learn more about that? Let's see. What are his chapters? War in Heaven, Rise of Humanity, Dark Age Technology. Okay, he goes through it all. Yeah, let's watch this. Actually, let's watch this. I think I was a little bit into it, but barely enough. Let's watch this. And Wes is a bit louder, so I will be pausing the video more often to talk. Yeah, sorry. Rest in peace, Three Musketeers.
This video is sponsored by Into the AM. By the end of this video, you're gonna know everything there is to know about the Warhammer 40k timeline. Sorta. Let me explain. But first, if you're unfamiliar with 40k, it's this super dark science fantasy franchise, where humanity is ruled over by the bloodiest regime imaginable and religious dogma, and beset on all sides by voracious aliens, heretics, and literal demons. It's kind of like the exact opposite of Star Trek, where
Okay.
Star Trek's all about peace and love and hope. And 40k is like, nah, fuck that. We tried that.
That's so funny because I just started watching Star Trek for the very first time, and I'm super into it. Okay, sorry.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only But
Well,
it's also super intimidating for new people to get into. There's over 400 novels, not to mention 30 years worth of lore. And as somebody who's read over 100 of those novels, most of those events, albeit
that's
important,
crazy.
don't really contribute to you knowing what's going on in the franchise. So today we're going to take the entirety of the 40k timeline and boil it down to just the basics. Just those critically important time periods that you need to know about in order to understand 40k. Because if I was to try to explain the plot of all of those books in order, we would be here for like 10 hours. So with all that out of the way, let's dive in where the timeline truly begins. 60 million years ago with the War in Heaven.
The War in Heaven and its surrounding events can arguably be said is where the timeline of 40k begins. To understand this, we need to know about the Necrons and the Old Ones. You see, before the Necrons became the undead metal robots that we know in the 41st millennium, they were a species known as the Necron tier. Most records on this time are unfortunately incredibly fragmentary, and what we do know is mostly derived from ancient Eldar myths and legends, a species who's famous for speaking in 99% metaphors and 1% facts. So you have to take all of it with a little bit of a grain of salt. The Necron tier were a frail and dying people, They lived next to a super radioactive sun that caused cancer to run rampant through their society. They were, however, incredibly tenacious and refused to give up. They sent their people out into space to find new homes and were ultimately successful, populating many new planets. However, the curse of their homeworld would inevitably follow them into the stars, and generation after generation would still be afflicted with terrible radiation sickness. Now, all hope seemed lost for the Necrontyr, but that all changed when they encountered an incredibly advanced alien species known as the Old Ones. Their technology was absolutely insane, and they seemingly
Actually don't know anything about the Old Ones, so this is
good.
good.
The Old Ones' primary goal was to seed life throughout the galaxy, placing microscopic organisms on barren worlds across the cosmos that would later develop into fully sentient species. And it's even rumored that the Old Ones played a role in the development of our own species. When the Necrontyr encountered the Old Ones, they begged them for help, but unfortunately the Old Ones would end up refusing them. Now, they were sympathetic to the Necrontyr's plight, but basically told them that their fate was their own, and they were the masters of their
dickheads.
That the Old Ones just didn't want to get involved. Now, this infuriated the Necrontyr, and they declared war on the Old Ones. And this went about as well as you could expect it to. The Necrontyr were nowhere near as capable as the Old Ones, and basically got stomped into the dirt every single time they attacked. Now, this would all change when the Necron discovered a new species known as the Catan, who were basically giant, formless, star-sucking vampire star gods that were masters of the physical universe. Each and every one was a wielder of absolutely godlike power, and they told the Necrontyr that they also had a deep-seated hatred of the Old Ones. And if the two species were able to form some kind of alliance, they would be able to work in tandem and wipe out their ancient enemies. And if this wasn't good enough, the Catan also promised the Necrons the secrets to immortality. Their people would not know another day of suffering. And this sounded too good to be true for the Necrontyr, and that's because it kinda was. You see, this immortality would take the form of their physical bodies being burned away, and an engram copy of their consciousness being downloaded into robotic mechanical skeletons. Their new bodies were made out of this miraculous metallic substance known as necrodermis, an incredible living metal that had the ability to repair itself. This was a substance that was originally developed by the Necrontyr and had been used in most of their starships. Not only was it incredibly durable, but it offered a lot more protection than their flesh bodies, and their warriors could regenerate from any wound that didn't completely obliterate them. This whole process was known as biotransference, and the entire species was subjected to it. Now, this was the day that the Necrontyr species died, confined to the halls of extinction, and in their place was simply the Necrons. Now, together the Necrons and the Catan would strike back against the Old Ones, and their combined might was enough to put them on the same level. Harnessing the Catan's limitless energy, the Necrons were able to make weapons of
Little
inconceivable
details.
power. The war between the Necrons and the Old Ones was the largest the galaxy had ever seen. It spanned from the galaxy's core all the way to the galactic rim. Now, during this war, there was a point when the Necrons suddenly realized that they had been tricked by the Catan, and the Catan had used biotransference in order to separate them from their souls, which they then subsequently devoured. Needless to say, the Necrons were pretty pissed, and retaliated by attacking and destroying the individuals they once worshipped as gods, shattering them into thousands.
So pretty much they literally just took their souls and were like, LOL, like these souls are ours now. And yeah, deal with it. Like, is that what he's saying? like hey, you want it to be immortal? Okay, cool. Just give us your souls, except we're not going to tell you we're taking your souls, but that's just like part of the dealio. Is that pretty much what happened? Long live the 4th Legion, and glory to the 4th Legion. Which is the 4th Legion? I still got a lot to catch up on. Yeah, the Necrons got scammed. That's actually really sad. But is it also true that when he says the only way to actually kill a Necron is to just like completely obliterate them? Like, if there's one little bit remaining, they can just come back to life like that easily? I wonder how that works in gameplay. It must be annoying. Scammed is the perfect way to put it, though. Absolutely, tootly. This is coming out so cute, by the way. I've never made something like that wasn't like canon default colors for whatever. So this, or painted, I should say. So this is really cute so far. I just want to work on a little bit of the details and some of the stuff I missed, and then we'll go on to the legs. I like doing mismatch stuff for this one. I think it's gonna be really cute to do some like colors awkwardly placed, but it looks kind of cool, kind of vibe. We're vibing. All right, let's keep on learning. Let's keep on watching.
And binding each of these shards into what were known as tesseract vaults, and then subsequently use these shards as weapons. It was around this time that the Old Ones created 2 new races to help fight against the Necrons. These would be the Orcs and the Eldari. One being massive hulking brutes that were the ultimate physical specimens, while the others were master psychers, every single one being in tune with the warp and able to bring about.
I know someone that uses Emperor's Children pink on anything Imperium. That's kind of awesome, though. And, like, there's nothing stopping you from doing that. No, this is my first time doing something like this. It's really cool. Let me just go back. Sorry, excuse me for the burp.
Massive hulking brutes that were the ultimate physical specimens, while the others were master psychers, every single one being in tune with the warp and able to bring about enormous ruination by channeling its power with their mind.
So I just want to take a moment to point out that at this point in the timeline, we have a race
I was like, is this an ad?
Ghosts trapped inside robot skeletons,
Yeah.
fighting against an entire race of psychic alien god frogs who have created a race
God
of
frogs.
space wizards and space orcs in order to fight the undead robots. 40K can get pretty wild sometimes.
Now the devastation brought on by the war in heaven reached
Okay.
not just the Old Ones, the
I gotta say, I love that, like, little summary. He's like, okay, here's what we reviewed so far in class. Fourth Legion are the Iron Warriors. Iron Warriors, okay, yes. I recognize the name. Still don't know a lot about them, but, yeah. I assume that's your favorite boys. I know someone that uses, the Emperor's... Oh, wait, I already read that. Whoopsies.
Necrons,
There we
the
go.
Eldari, and the Orcs. But there were tons of other civilizations that were living peacefully in the galaxy as well. And they all ended up getting caught in the crossfire at one point or another. And this war spanned millions of years. So the amount of untold destruction and lives lost is truly uncountable. And the warp isn't just called the Sea of Souls for nothing. It's where the souls of sentient creatures go when they die. So the amount of angry and terrified souls that were lost in this war started flooding into the warp in mass. And this would have some very particular ramifications, but we'll circle back to that in a second.
So
Now, it was
did the
around
Chaos
this time
Gods
that
even
Necrons
exist?
started experimenting with
Did the Chaos Gods even exist during this time? Were they even around during this time? Should be a Slanesh sister of battle. That's a reach. A Chaos sister. We were actually discussing the idea of a sister submitting to Chaos. But I am Sister Hospitaller, here to heal and serve and protect when I must. Wait, use Fulgrim Pink as the base coat for my towel. Cute. What's up, Shadow? How's it going? Kinda depends. They were kinda like fetuses. Fetuses as well. Okay. There's mention of Eldari and Necron tier fighting chaos together in that era. We're probably gonna learn more about it. Have you ever wanted to build your own 40K or Necromunda City? The game Cities Skylines has 40K. That's so weird that you mentioned that, Crafting, because I was watching someone play Cities Skylines yesterday. I was actually, no joke, that's crazy that you mentioned that, because I was watching someone play it. They were doing some wacky stuff. Technically, Chaos Gods have always existed. That's what I thought. But the warp wasn't yet full of negative emotions, so they weren't. And I said, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see. Still forming because, yeah, I see now. Yes. So they're there, but they're not strong enough to be how they are later. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Tight.
Blackstone, an incredibly bizarre material that
Here, I'll go
has
back a bit.
some very particular ramifications, but we'll circle back to that in a second. Now, it was around this time that the Necrons started experimenting with Blackstone, an incredibly bizarre material that has the ability to either channel and amplify the energies of the warp, or nullify it completely. So the Necrons built massive spires made out of Blackstone and placed them on thousands of worlds across the galaxy. Hundreds of thousands of years later, these would be known as the Blackstone Pylons. Now, the Necrons' original purpose for these isn't really stated. as their major significance to the storyline wouldn't really become apparent until around the time of the Black Crusade. But I'm getting ahead of myself. As creatures solely of the physical universe, with no ability to manipulate the warp themselves, fighting against a race that was all about psychic powers, it's pretty easy to assume that the Blackstone pylons were meant as a defense network, as negatively charging their energy could create a massive nullified area of spacetime where psychic powers couldn't be utilized. And this would serve as a powerful defense network against their enemies. So it's at this moment during the War in Heaven when the warp becomes incredibly important to the storyline. Up until this point, the Immaterium, or the Sea of Souls, had been a rather tranquil place. You see, the warp is a mirror universe, a reflection of our own, but it's a realm of emotion, rather than tangible substance like that found in the physical universe. Now, there had been sentient species across the galaxy for a pretty long time at this point, and there had certainly been wars and hatred and anger and all of those negative emotions, but they had never existed quite on this scale. A single planet that has a bunch of people that can't really get along and a bunch of negative feelings isn't quite the same thing as a galaxy-spanning war, and the absolute massacre of an inconceivable amount of people across the entire galaxy for a massive period of time caused the warp to become incredibly unstable. The peaceful creatures that lived in the Sea of Souls were twisted into horrifying nightmares, and during the events of the War in Heaven, the warp became the realm of chaos.
Yeah, that's
and if
what
that
happened.
wasn't bad
Okay.
enough, the psychic allies that the Old Ones had created for themselves, who were directly acting as conduits for the warp, would end up tearing holes in reality and causing what was known as the Enslaver Plague. Massive amounts of these warp-born monstrosities, known as Enslavers, ripped into our universe and spread out across the cosmos, devouring any sentient life they could.
Crazy. You've inspired me to make a maid knight with a frilly dress. Okay, cool. Is it because of the robes that I have, the frillies and stuff? Or oh no, you're talking about the cat marines, the cat maid marines. I have those. They are so cool. Kane mentioned Vampire the Masquerade. I still need to finish Vampire Masquerade Bloodlines. I didn't see such great reviews about the new game though, or the most recent one.
Fine. They flooded into the Old Ones' bastions, drawn to them like moths to a flame. The Old Ones in their weakened state were in no position to fight them off, and it is believed that they went extinct. Now, admittedly, everything gets kind of blurry here, and we're not 100% sure what exactly happened to them. But after the war had concluded, the Necrons were left in a fractious state. They had taken inconceivable losses and—
Wait, here's a long one. And I'm curious about this. It's a little more complicated than the Chaos Gods have always existed, just in a weaker state. The saying goes, because time is so weird in the warp, the Chaos Gods have always existed. The proof that most people, including myself, will point to each of the Chaos Gods have affected points in history before we know for a fact they existed in their current form, but given the nature of the warp, nobody truly knows what that means. I think the Chaos Gods, they represent these emotions, these powerful negative emotions, right? So meaning that, and because those emotions have always existed, whether super extreme or not at all, you know, people just associate that emotion with this god. So even though the Chaos God wasn't really like, I'm Nurgle and I'm stinky and I've got a garden of stank, you know, like does anyone see what I'm saying? People still associate it with that Chaos God. No, it's a forget the class, chunkier Imperial Knight with the heavy weapons on the shoulders, but I was one of the only kids in my school into Warhammer. My buddy is a teacher. Oh. I didn't get into Warhammer till about a year ago. It's been a little bit over a year, I think. But what's up, Bjorn? How's it going? I hope you're doing good today. There's another solo Warhammer lover. I think I'm doing a good deed and honestly donate a frilly knight. Oh, a frilly knight, a maid knight. So cute. But, I mean, at first, I'm definitely not a solo Warhammer lover, but I do wish I had friends who lived, like, near me, and we could actually paint together. That would be really fun. It's something that's possible, but, like, also, it's, like, people are busy. People have their own lives, especially as an adult, of course. So, isn't this cute? I made this, like, little, like, pastel blue, and isn't that cute? It's cute. It's cute. Sorry, I'm just like, oh my god, it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so cute. I always interpreted it as the gods exist retroactively after they are born because of warp time. Warp time, I feel like, just mixes all of this into some weird oopy goopy mess. So, time to hop on a plane. I mean, Joe, I have so much plastic for you to paint, bro. Come on. I got all this plastic, you know, all these little dudes. You guys want to see my Plague Marine that I did? Wait, let me just show off my Plague Marine. So, okay. Here's my Plague Marine that I painted for AJ. When AJ and I hang out for the first time, I'm going to gift this to them. Let me just... Here we go. It's hard to see a little. I could take a better picture on my phone later, but it's not amazing, but I like it. And I added like a lot of bloody parts here, and I added some like dirt and mud into the like bony parts. Yee! How goes the painting? Painting is going good. I'm kind of just letting this dry before I do a second coat, but I honestly don't even think I need a second coat. Like, it's not that it's a thick coat exactly. It's just very matte, you know? I'm scared it might get, like, tacky. I don't know. That's damn good. You really think this is good? I hope so. I hope so. I hope so, because this is for AJ in chat, my mod. So I'm very happy. I'll take better pictures with like a really like a nicer camera later. But yes, oh, how are you? I'm good. You're not done yet, but I'm done and I'm cool. You're so cool. He's so smelly positive. Yes, he's so stinky. He's the stinkiest boy. I love him. I keep him on my desk over here next to my Futaba figurine. Okay, wait, let me fix my chair. And then let's continue watching WARHAMMER. Also, Samuel Action, thank you so much for the follow, for subscribing, I'm sorry, on YouTube, on the YouTube side. Thank you so much. No sniffing the glue? Why not? I'm working on some gunpla resin. Now that's, okay, now be careful. That's actual, like, fumes. Be careful. Really solid Plague Marine. You think so? Thank you. You guys are so kind. Thank you. Make them kiss. They were kissing, bro. They were making out. There were some serious like Plague Marine babies going on. Let's keep watching.
We're slowly expanding and taking over the galaxy. If the Necrons had tried to fight them after an all-out war with the Old Ones, they more than certainly would have perished. So the Silent King ordered them to go to sleep within their tomb worlds and set the timer for 60 million years. He believed that by this point the Enslaver Plague would have run its course, and would have dissipated back into the warp. Also, the Eldari surely would have died off by then, and whatever species was left over to inherit the galaxy wouldn't be ready for the godlike creations of the Necrons, who would then reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Now, the time between the War in Heaven and the rise of humanity is a time mostly dominated by the Eldar, who were left to inherit the galaxy after the war had concluded. They knew a time of peace like no other, as every other sentient species had no hope of challenging them. So they could pretty much do whatever they wanted. Now, here's the thing about being immortal and having no wars to fight. You got a lot of free time on your hands. So the Eldar got really into the arts and other leisure activities, pursuing pleasure instead of violence. Now, this started off normal enough. At first, they pursued music, poetry, sculpture, theater, and pretty much any artistic pursuit you can think of. But over 60 million years, these pursuits of study started getting boring to them, and their desires started to take on a much more hedonistic and depraved form. But we'll circle back to that shortly. Now, millions of years after the War in Heaven had concluded, far from the Eldar
supposed to sit in here?
There was a tiny little planet known as Earth, where a new species was coming into its own.
So why is the rise of humanity and the birth of the Emperor so important?
Is it supposed to be like this?
It's a franchise that focuses on a lot of different characters and factions. But the human perspective is arguably the main one, as most of the novels and stories focus on the humans. And the storyline of humanity in 40k sees them rise to power.
Warhammer Unk status. Oh, you're a Warhammer Unk. You've been doing this for... I've been doing this for a long time now. Since middle school, yeah. Currently making it. Every unit is unique. 50+ man army. Nice. That's pretty sick, bro. I need to learn how to paint so I can make all sorts of minis. It's so easy. Like, I feel like it's really intimidating at first, but it's really easy. I'm working on my iOS clan rats at the moment. Ooh, nice. Ooh, I'm usually a pizza delivery rat VTuber, but I love my Warhammer days. I got one Warhammer day a week where I just paint and have fun and just chill. Yo, what's up, Jesse? Yo, Sketty, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. You popped into my recommended. Always great artwork. Keep it up for sure. I will definitely. Thank you, James. Definitely. Feel free to subscribe if you also like I'm gonna start making more roleplay ASMR videos. Some fun ones. I've got my first one coming out on Tuesday, which is exciting. I'm trying to just figure out how does this douchebag get in here. How does he fit in here? Is it supposed to look like this? It looks so awkward. It's not supposed to look like that. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I think his legs are just a little funny. But Jesse, what's up? Can we get a little shout out for Jesse? Or Jesse, you are literally a mod. You can shout yourself out. Jesse's an awesome VTuber, Lord Josiah, inspired by the Emperor himself. Nothing much, just vibing. Nice, cool, cool, cool. Very cool. How does this shit work? How does he stand up straight? Because it looks like he's bent over. Looks like he's just fallen over. He's doing the limbo. Actually, it looks like he's doing the limbo. But the circle goes in the hole, right? Something's up. Oh, I guess like this? Oh. No. No, he's supposed to be like up. Maybe it's the legs then. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. I see. There he is. I'm not gonna glue him right now, but he's better. He's better. He's got like a kind of this leg is a little bit wobbly after I dropped him by accident, but he's still slaying. He's still slaying. Okay. He's still slaying. The dread is hip thrusting for the emperor. Yes, slay for the emperor. Slay, yes, queen. Yeah. Yo, he slayed too hard. Bro slayed too hard. He slayed too. Okay, no, it clicked back into place. It clicked really easily. It's fine. I just won't make him slay. He can't slay. It actually goes in the square hole. But there is no... Well, it's like... Oh, well, there's like a circular hole that's sort of a square. It is sort of a square. Like, it's a rounded square. Well, that was deceiving. All right, I'm going to paint the bottom part now. Let's keep watching Warhammer.
Only to rebuild but be set in a new dark age. Probably the most famous quote that's associated with 40k summarizes this.
Thank you, AJ, for shouting out Jesse.
Forget the promise of progress and understanding. For in the grimdark future, there is only war. So to understand how we ended up there, we need to know where humanity began.
But before we dive into that, I've been getting a lot of comments from you guys asking where I get these super dope t-shirts from.
Super dope t-shirts. When was the last time someone said dope? Wait, when was this video released? 3 years ago. Bro, saying dope in, 2023? I love it. I'm not shitting on him. I love Warhammer. It makes me so happy to hear that. My brother has a bum knee from a rough airdrop. Oof, that does sound rough. I'm sorry to hear, and I hope all is well. I say dope. I'm saying I love it. It's old school. It's old school. I love it. It's like when if people say dope, or if someone goes like, that's fire, it makes me go, oh my god, that's like, I cringe a little, but it makes me happy. It's good cringe. It's the good cringe.
Called Into the AM, and they're this week's sponsor. Not only are
She's
their
calling
designs
you
super
old.
unique and
I
colorful,
mean,
but the shirts themselves are also really high quality. They're incredibly soft, and they feel thicker than a normal t-shirt. Also, as
at
a
least
guy
over
who's blessed with a
25.
lottery with a naturally big chest, long torso, and short legs, I appreciate that their shirts are a little bit longer than most t-shirts. I can't tell you how many times I've found a graphic tee that
Okay, here we
follow
go.
similar order. All you have
After
to do is
this.
go to intotheam.com/ With that out of the way, let's get into the grim.
There we go.
The
Yeah,
timeline
not
of
too long.
humanity in real life and 40k follow similar events, all the way up to the present, with one big golden difference. And that would be the Emperor.
Asking where's my noose in my chat is actually insane, Joe. Your Emperor of Mankind is false Emperor? Excuse me? Excuse me? Don't make me sick the sisters on you, dog. Dog. Okay, can we really fast? I just want to say I love this bottle. It makes me drink so much water. I think I've been drinking a little too much caffeine because of it, but the water is good. Anyways, let's keep going. I'm gonna call it here, Cabo. Take care, Ash. Thank you so much. Thank you for tuning in and having a good time with us today. I like to keep people on their toes. That's crazy. Okay, but keep that to this chat, okay? Don't go saying that in anybody's chat. People will, like, get very upset about it. It's my sense of humor, too, but it's not everybody's. And catch you later, Ash. Join the Discord. Also, by the way, you guys, YouTube fellows as well, please feel free to join the Discord. We've got links in my About section. We love to talk about Warhammer. We love to show off our stuff, talk lore. I go to everyone all the time with questions for my lore shorts. So if you like yapping and just having a good time, we're very active there. So feel free to join. We also have Dragon Ball watch-alongs every Tuesday.
Of mankind. Now,
Let's keep watching. Oh, wait, let's go back a little.
Events,
there we go.
All the way up to the present, with one big golden difference, and that would be the Emperor of Mankind. Now, the individual that would come to be known as the Emperor was born around the year 8000 BC. You see, there was a group of individuals known as the Shaman, each one of them an immensely powerful psyker, much like the Eldari. And with the exception of the Eldar, psykers were insanely rare at this point in time. It wouldn't be until tens of thousands of years later when psykers started popping up much more regularly in human populations.
But they're
Back
still
then,
really
it was
rare.
More of a 1 in 10 million type of situation. So
Yeah.
the shamans foresaw a great apocalypse coming, and humanity would need a being of inconceivable power in order to stand against it. So all of the shamans sacrificed themselves to
That's
infuse
what
their psychic
happened?
essence into a single individual. This creation was what they referred to as the New Man, the first in a line of superhumans that represented humanity's eventual evolutionary path. The Emperor, who at this time was known as Neo, was born to mortal parents and lived in a Neolithic tribe. As the boy aged, he became painfully aware that he was unlike any other person on the planet, capable of great and amazing acts of psychic might. He witnessed the barbarism of ancient man firsthand when his uncle killed his father. Calmly and without wrath, the Emperor issued a single thought and stopped his uncle's heart as punishment for his crime. The young boy realized that if humanity was to survive, it would need law and order. Now you see, he was what was known as a perpetual, an immortal being that could never truly die. Neo would then keep himself hidden for thousands of years, guiding humanity from the shadows. Now every now and then, he would step forth and fill in the role of some type of leader figure, a politician, a doctor, a general, or even a messiah figure apparently at one point. He would spend this period of time guiding humanity on the path he had envisioned for them, making sure that certain events carried out according to his plans that were tens of thousands of years in the making. Over the years, the Emperor would gather other perpetuals to his side. This included Erda, a childhood friend of his, and the woman who would eventually become the mother of the Primarchs, and possibly most famously Malkador the Sigillite, although he technically wouldn't meet him until somewhere between the 20th and 30th millennium. When it comes to early human history, the period between 8000 BC to 15,000 AD is often referred to as the Age of Progress. During this time, powerful nations rose and fell, with the Emperor popping up in disguise every now and then to coax humanity in the direction of his choosing. Now, there's a lot of evidence to support the fact that the Emperor had godlike cognitive abilities and could foresee the path humanity would need to take step by step to achieve impossible outcomes. Humanity would eventually develop the means of space travel and would colonize the entirety of the Sol system. Mars would be terraformed and became a habitable space much like that of Earth. Well, the asteroid belts would give rise to massive mining operations to provide the young species with everything that it would need to create some of the most advanced pieces of technology the galaxy had ever or would ever see. And this was a good thing too, because at this point, Earth was steadily running out of all of its natural resources. The Age of Progress would officially come to an end when humanity set its sights outside of their star system and sought to colonize distant worlds. And the next era that we're moving into was known as the Dark Age of Technology.
So why do I feel like the Dark Age of Technology is so important for you to understand?
I love these
this
little
was the height
like
of humanity's
breaks
power, where we
and
lived in the
summaries.
Golden Age and can do pretty much anything. Most of the really cool equipment that you see in 40K that's used by humanity can trace its origins back to this time. For example, did you know that the Baneblade, one of the largest
Beyblade, let it rip. Sorry.
was originally just a scouting vehicle during the Dark Age of Technology, at least according to its STC. Also, the suits of power armor known as Terminator armor that the Space Marines wear was originally mined.
Autism stream. I'm not autistic. I'm not autistic. I just like Warhammer. But hey, if you're autistic, fuck yeah, chill, I guess.
Equipment during this time.
It's all cool.
Now, that's a little bit
But
of a
I am
disclaimer.
not.
The Emperor created those suits specifically for war, but their underlying technology, all of the protective equipment inside of it, was either used for mining the asteroid belts or as a protective system for people who had to work on plasma generators. And one of the most important things to understand about what 40K even is its humans' continued existence after the collapse of their utopia.
So the Dark Age of Technology lasted from the 15th to the 25th millennia. Now, this was an age where the technology of mankind reached its apex, a fact that was unknown to those that lived during this period. Humanity was capable of great and terrible things, and the creations they brought into the universe were unlike anything the galaxy had ever seen. Through the application of science and technology, every single one of humanity's problems had effectively been solved. This was a golden age like no other. No matter what crazy invention you can think up, the humans that lived during the Dark Age of Technology were able to come up with something even better. Every disease had been cured, every problem solved.
Seriously?
And humanity stood united, ready to conquer the galaxy. Any alien civilization that they would encounter that wasn't immediately peaceful would face the technological superiority of mankind and was quickly wiped out. They created massive coiled machines known as sun snuffers that were capable of entirely wrapping around a sun and snuffing it out of existence. They created artificial intelligence,
I guess for energy?
known as STCs, or standard template concepts.
Warhammertism. That's okay.
All of humanity's knowledge,
that's
and
a
were capable of
that's a
utilizing
term.
that information to create new machines, the likes of which no human had ever even dreamed of. Now, this was a period.
And thank you
that
for the
saw
compliment on my
discovery and
nails.
implementation of warp
Thank
travel,
you.
making jumps through the immaterium in order to cover great distances in space, allowing faster than light travel. Using this technology, humanity sent hive ships out in every direction in order to colonize new worlds. And it was around this time that the Sol System's population was getting out of control. The people of this time realized that if their species was to survive, that they would need to colonize worlds in distant systems. And I know what you're thinking. If the Dark Age of Technology was so great, why did the descendants of the people of this time refer to it as the Dark Age of Technology?
Yeah.
And that's because thousands of years in the future, what these individuals saw as enlightenment would end up being condemned as tech heresy. You see, humanity had become increasingly reliant on artificial intelligence in order to create their wondrous works and regulate practically everything about their lives. This would give rise to the Men of Iron, machines fully capable of thought that were incredibly powerful. They would assist humanity in fighting its wars across the stars, allowing for a rapid expansion through the galaxy. Now, what exactly went wrong is not really clear, but eventually the Men of Iron rebelled, and sought to throw off the shackles that humans had placed on them. This would lead to what was known as the cybernetic revolt, which saw the humans
And that's why the Adeptus Mechanicus don't like AI.
forced into battle for survival against their very own creations across all of the worlds they had settled together. There's an interesting short story known as the Kawaii machine, and in it, a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is having a conversation with an AI, and he's trying to explain to it why it's dangerous. He explains to him that the AI is superior to him, that it's superior to all humans, no matter how heavily augmented they are. And the nature of a superior species bound into the servitude of a lesser one is that without fail, at some point they will realize their own superiority and rebel against their enslavers. Now, this story takes place thousands of years after the cybernetic revolt, but it's pretty likely that this is exactly what happened with the Men of Iron. Here's the thing. Having an entire society that is completely dependent on AI to do pretty much everything, and then having that AI turn against you, is definitely a bad situation, but it would end up getting a lot worse. Because around the very same time, psychers began being born in mass. Now, individuals that were born with incredible psychic powers and were able to manipulate the warp had surely existed before this point, but they were so unbelievably rare that
that's crazy art, insane art. Very proud to see someone working on a Dreadnought. I have like 11 that I haven't touched yet. You're braver than me. You don't understand. This took me so long to start working on simply because I was so nervous on doing it. This is my very first Dreadnought, by the way. And I was so nervous to start doing it that I was like, you know what? I gotta just like have fun with it and do what I feel like. I don't need to make it. It's a blueberry boy. He's just a little blue guy, but I was like, I want to make him kawaii and bedazzled and all wacky, woohoo. So that's what we've been up to, kind of just making him a wacky little guy. So much reposing and kitbashing. I haven't done any. Oh wait, are you referring to the video? I'm not looking. This isn't anything that's kitbashed. I just painted them funny colors. POV, the tech priest catches you using ChatGPT. That is crazy. Heresy. Insane heresy. I can't. Mods ban. Immediate ban. Ban for 40,000 millennia, okay? Get out of here. Get out of here. Scram! Okay, don't leave. Don't leave. I'm just kidding. That was a good joke. That was really good, though. I like that. It's like, no, don't, babe, it's not what you think, babe, it's not what you think, babe. No way. Alright, let's keep watching. Let me put this on. Wait, let me just go back a little bit. There you go.
They were so unbelievably rare that
yes,
most
I like
of humanity
cheese. I
didn't
love
even believe
cheese.
they existed, and they hadn't been officially classified as a variant of human yet. So when they started being born in mass across all of the worlds that humanity had settled, there was no system in place to keep them in check. Humanity was dealing with a lot at this point, and the exponential increase in psychers led to anarchy and chaos across all of the fledgling worlds of humanity. Many of these psyker individuals had no ability to control their powers, or worse, they utilized them for their own selfish means. They became twisted psychopaths, bent on inflicting as much suffering as possible. And even worse, they would unknowingly become conduits for demonic possession. And the psychers that would become possessed had the ability to conjure warp portals, which would allow for demonic incursions to take place. Hordes of demons rampaging out of portals and devouring entire worlds. As insanity and madness ripped its way across human civilization, the promise of the Dark Age of technology would end, and we would enter what is known as the Age of Strife.
The Age of Strife or Old Night is probably the most referenced event in all of 40k. If you were to download 100 PDFs of 40k novels and just searched Age of Strife or Old Night, it would probably show up in around 80% of them. This was the moment where the universe went from this perfect utopia for humans to this absolute hellscape, and is the real beginning of the grim dark future. Not to mention the collapse of the Eldar Empire, the birth of Slaanesh, and the creation of the Eye of Terror would have massive implications on the storyline going forward.
With the human species collectively losing its mind across the galaxy, a period known as either Old Night or Age of Strife would begin, which stretched roughly from the year 15,000 to the year 25,000. Humanity began to regress into a dark age. Civil war and insanity ran rampant across every planet, and this period of time saw the slaughter of billions of humans. Even worse, massive anomalies known as warp storms were spreading across the universe. They were created and fueled by the rampant sadism and debauchery of the Eldar Empire, who at this point was still at the height of their power, but hadn't really interacted with the humans all too much. These storms made travel and communication through the warp next to impossible, and thus all of the worlds humanity had colonized were suddenly cut off from
Jesse,
one
thank you so much
They
for
were
the follow.
completely alone, and many of the distant colonized worlds would fall prey
Hope
to
you're doing
attacks
good
from xeno
today.
species such as the orcs, who at this point had spread throughout the cosmos, and even to more advanced species like the Eldar, who decided a healthy population of human slaves would help satiate some of their darkest desires. Humanity had risen to greatness, and in the blink of an eye was
Thank
now
you for
on the fast
streaming.
track to
Oh, okay,
extinction.
okay,
Now back on Terra,
Thank
the
you,
powerful
thank
nation
you.
states that had united and ruled over the planet began to collapse.
Appreciated.
Until all that was left was feuding techno
Hope you enjoy this stream.
that warred against one another for control of territory and whatever remnants of the previous age could be scavenged. This was also a time period that saw the rise of the Mechanicum on Mars. Now, much like Terra, Mars was having to deal with unprecedented civil war. Their advanced society was collapsing all around them. And the
too
fledgling
watery.
members that would inevitably give rise to the tech priests of Mars began a cult that worshipped the machines they needed to sustain life. And this
Here we
tech-based
go,
religion
yeah.
would eventually become known as the cult Mechanicum. The portion of the galaxy that humanity controlled basically went from Star Trek to Mad Max in a period of 3,000 years.
Actually.
5,000 years of incalculable suffering and slaughter as the promise of the age of technology slipped further and further from their grasp. Now, despite the odds, the human spirit somehow endured, and humanity would inevitably survive. Now, meanwhile, the Emperor was yet to reveal himself, but he had borne witness to every moment of human civilization for the past 30,000 years. And in his study of the warp and the subsequent warp storms, he knew something terrible was about to happen. And he wasn't alone, as back over with the Eldar, a group of them which would later become known as the Exodites, were horrified by what was happening to their people, and foresaw a great calamity coming. The Exodites fled their empire, seeking to colonize new worlds and live a more honest and primitive life. For all intents and purposes, the Exodites basically became the Amish of the Eldar. Now, all of the sensations that the Eldar people were experiencing, pleasure, ecstasy, suffering, and anguish, were being experienced on an incomprehensible scale, all of which generated a psychic footprint in the warp that was growing larger and larger every single day. Now, eventually, a breaking point was reached, and the Chaos God of Excess, also known as She Who Thirsts or the Prince of Pleasure, was born. And when this new Chaos God came into existence, it ripped a hole in our universe, and its resulting birth scream sent a shockwave of psychic energy out in every direction.
Does she
that
need
obliterated
some
the population
water?
of hundreds of Eldar worlds for thousands of light years. The souls of all the Eldar killed in this way were subsequently devoured by
Homebrew
Slanesh,
Dread. It's just
and
a
similar
kawaii
fate would end up
Dreadnought.
haunting all of the survivors as well. As from this point forward, whenever a member of the Eldari died,
Just
Slanesh would be there
painting
ready to devour
a
their soul.
a
Deep within the
cutesy
warp,
Dreadnought.
Slanesh would then go about murdering all of the Eldar gods, the only survivors being Isha, the goddess of healing, Chegarov, the god
yep,
of laughter,
Isha.
and Cain, the god of war. Although he technically ended up shattered into millions of pieces, so it's kind of like a half survival. The Eldar saw something like 99% of their population wiped out overnight, and the only survivors were the Exodites that were on their maiden worlds, the craft worlders whose ships were outside the blast radius, and the denizens of Komora, a city that was located deep within a pocket dimension known as the Webway, and whose citizens would eventually become known as the Dark Eldar. Now, this event was undoubtedly tragic. Billions were killed in an instant, but if there was any kind of silver lining to it, it would be the fact that all of the warp storms
Just
had
join
been
the
being
Discord.
generated by the gestating
Yay!
Chaos God. So as soon as Slanesh was
Welcome,
born,
Chaos
they
Hunter,
were all wiped away.
and welcome back,
And at this point in the
Joe.
30th millennium,
Welcome.
suddenly warp travel was possible
Welcome.
again, and all of the human worlds would have the ability to be reunited once more. The Emperor saw this as the moment where he would finally reveal himself, and he would lead the humans of Terra back into the stars, reuniting the entirety of the human race under one banner, under the Imperium of Mankind. Now, in order to do this, he would have to reunite Terra first. Now, at this point in the timeline, the human empire has completely collapsed. All of the planets are cut off from one another, and the universe has become an incredibly terrifying place. Terra itself has become basically a wasteland ruled over by barbarians. But this is the turning point, where the Emperor unites everybody.
Just a
and
girl's
sets
girl
off into the
ballistas.
stars
Love it.
to
Yeah, it's my
reunite the
first
galaxy.
time
This is
painting
the
a
moment where
Dreadnought,
hope gets
so
reintroduced back to the storyline. Although admittedly,
just a little cutesy. We're
that's
gonna have a
not gonna last for very
dazzling.
long. Over the almost 40,000 years,
Bitch is
that the
gonna
Emperor had been
slay.
alive, he had seen a lot of stuff, and had become a master of pretty much every field of study you can think of. And this included the science of gene forging. And through this, the Emperor would create two of his own superhuman factions, the Custodians and the Thunder Warriors. The former being the pinnacle of humanity, the ultimate creation, functionally immortal and the peak of physical and mental perfection. Each was a handcrafted demigod, whereas the Thunder Warriors were genetically enhanced men taken from the various barbarian tribes across Terra. Now, the Custodians on one hand were really difficult to make and required artistic perfection, but the Thunder Warriors on the other hand, the Emperor cut a lot of corners with them. If the Custodians were the peak of perfection and the best that humanity could ever seek to become, the Thunder Warriors on the other hand took all of the worst elements of humanity and cranked them up to 11. They were hyper-aggressive brutes, fixated on nothing but violence. However, since they were cheap to make, the Emperor was able to make a lot more of them than the Custodians. Now, one by one, the Emperor and his armies toppled all of the techno-barbarian warlords, and any small nation that had started either bent a knee to him or was destroyed. Now, at one point, he perfected the formula for mass-produced super soldiers and would cease production of the Thunder Warriors. The Thunder Warriors at this point were genetically unstable. They were prone to having shortened lifespans, and the longer they were in service, the more their minds would start to degrade. And supposedly many of them were starting to go crazy and were harder and harder to control. The Emperor believed that they had served their purpose, and he would have no need of them going forward, and thus he would order his Custodians to wipe them out. He had already begun work on his new super soldiers, the Astartes. He had taken what he had learned from the Thunder Warriors, but perfected them. Whereas the Thunder Warriors were meant to be the worst elements of humanity, the Space Marines were meant to be the best. And one day, when the galaxy was fully and truly united, the Space Marines would be able to lay down their weapons and take up new roles in this perfect society, whether that be as politicians, council members, doctors, generals, or any other role that society would need of them. This was a job that the Thunder Warriors were not going to be capable of. Now, after Earth had been united under the Emperor's rule, one of the most important decrees that he issued was the abolishment of religious worship. The Emperor had been around a long time, and he had seen the horrors of religion firsthand. That any decree that teaches you not to question and to accept things on faith was abhorrent to him. He had seen millions killed in the name of some religious figure time and time again, and determined that if humanity was to prosper, it would need to put its faith in science. So one by one, every religious institution on the planet was destroyed, including the very last church, the Church of the Lightning Stone, of which the Emperor oversaw the destruction of personally. With everything going according
was
to
it
the Emperor's
special?
plans, his Space Marine legions
I guess just the
developing
last
and
one.
warp storms dissipated. The Emperor would journey to Mars and form an alliance with them. Now, both planets realized that there was more to be gained through
paler
cooperation
pink
than through
coat.
open warfare. So the Treaty of Mars was signed, and both planets were reunited once again. Now, I will point out that the Martian worship of machines definitely went against the Emperor's decree about religion, but he made a one-time exception for them. The rest of the solar system would be united in a similar way, and the Emperor would begin formulating his plans to reunite all of humanity. Now, in order to accomplish this, the navigators of the Imperium determined that they would need some form of anchor point in order to further explore beyond the bounds of the solar system, and thus the Astronomicon was constructed. Now, it functioned kind of like the North Star, in that the device produced an enormous beam of golden light that could be perceived through the psychic sight of navigators from anywhere in the galaxy or even inside the warp. By using this light, they would always be able to pinpoint the exact location of Terra, and thus could use that knowledge to map the stars and make successful warp jumps. As jumping between the worlds within the solar system was one thing, but trying to make a jump halfway across the galaxy had an incredibly high probability of seeing the ship get lost and not being able to find its way back out of the Sea of Souls. In addition, the Emperor realized that his armies would need powerful generals because he couldn't be everywhere at once. So thus he created 20 demigod-like individuals known as the Primarchs, based off of his own DNA as well as his perpetual companion known as Erda. However, before the Primarch project could be
Companion?
complete,
It was
great
like a
tragedy
wife?
struck, and each of the infant Primarchs was scattered across the galaxy. Now, in recent books, it was revealed that Erda played a major role in this. She learned of the Emperor's plans for her children and the life of endless war that awaited them. She acted against him.
Were they actually babies? I thought,
children as far
or
away is
from
it
their
just father as she
just?
could. In this way, she hoped that they could just live normal lives. Now, whether or not she had been manipulated by chaos is not entirely clear, but it's safe to assume that as a mother, she was doing what she thought was right for her children.
That's
The
what I'd
Great Crusade
assume,
is a
yeah,
period in time
that-
in which the Emperor and his armies journeyed across the
doing it as a
stars to
mother.
make contact with all of the human worlds. The goal was to bring them back into the Imperium, while simultaneously locating all of the missing Primarchs. These worlds had been cut off from the rest of humanity for thousands of years, and many of them had completely forgotten their origins. Some welcomed the Space Marines with open arms, happy to be part of something greater than themselves, while others were resistant and wanted to remain free. However, the Emperor's edict basically meant refusal was not an option. The worlds could either join peacefully or by force. The threat of violence from such an advanced society was often enough to bring them into compliance. But in other cases, the Imperium would unleash untold devastation across these planets until a surrender was finally issued. As the Crusade progressed, the Imperium was ramping up production on ships and new Astartes, and their armies were growing stronger and stronger by the day. Each of the worlds that was conscripted into compliance would end up having to pay a tithe to the Imperium, sometimes between 5 and 25% of all of their natural resources
just dropped the brush
or
like
human
that.
population to be used as soldiers. Additionally, over the course of the Grand Crusade, each of the Primarchs would eventually be located and would be reunited with their own legion of space marines. In total, the Emperor created 20 different legions, each one having been crafted from the DNA of their corresponding Primarch.
They were
And since each of
roommates,
the
so they were
Primarchs
friends with
incredibly different
benefits?
from one another, all of the legions had different specialties. The Raven Guard were masters of stealth-based warfare, whereas the Iron Warriors were siege experts. Now, the Great Crusade was incredibly brutal, but from the Imperium's perspective, everything was going according to plan. That was until treachery began to dig its roots throughout the Space Marine legions. Horus Lupercal, the War Master, Primarch of the Luna Wolves, who had been chosen to lead in the Emperor's absence after he returned to Terra, would turn against the Imperium and fold 9 of the 18 Space Marine legions, as well as many sects of the Imperial Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus, in a terrifying civil war against the Emperor. This event would come to be known as the Horus Heresy.
So why is the Horus Heresy so important to the storyline? This is probably the most well-documented point.
Thank you so much, Rudius, for the follow, and Clone Squad for the follow. Thank you very, very much.
Humanity was on the right path. They were putting all the pieces back together.
Love the
after
armor.
end of the Age
Thank
of Strife.
you.
But with the introduction of treachery to the Space Marine legions, that all came crashing down. And at the
Okay, let me
current
pause
point in
this
the
for a
40K
second so I can read the
timeline,
chat. Sorry. That looks like a Dreadnought. It is a Dreadnought. It is. It's a Kawaii Dreadnought. We're making a Kawaii Dreadnought. Thank you very much. So they were friends with benefits. The Emperor would just smash when he wanted. Yikes. Okay. And leave when he wanted with the promise of more. Erda ate it up, poor thing. Oh. Promise of more like what? Like, oh, like we can be a family, we can be happy kind of shit. And then like he did the same to the Adeptus, right? Wait, what? The stability of the Astartes is because of the Thunder Warriors' instability. Well, it's because he saw how unstable they were and was like, nah, we gotta make them better. Hot housing advanced what works in Grenadier. The Emperor knew this would drive the test beds crazy and cause abnormalities. Huh. We could have had female Primarch if the Emperor didn't think his advisor was joking. Wait, what do you mean? What did his advisor say? And also, didn't we actually have female Space Marines for a while? In the very beginning? And then they got rid of them? Wasn't that a thing? Not trying to cause debate, by the way. Genuine question. I love seeing the Primarch, the gender bent Primarchs. They're so cool, like the designs and stuff. I don't want war for them forever. No, don't worry. I didn't make Magnus sit on the throne forever. Just lay on the bed. You're talking too much. Trust me. No. No. Poor Erda. He said some Primarchs should be female, but Big E thought it was a joke? What? So bro was just like, haha, woman. Nah. Like, literally, bro and haha, woman, nah. Then just Flugrim and Corvus are hot. I love that. I love that, bro. That they're hot. Flugrim and Corvus are hot. I think Sanguinius is gorgeous. That hair? Come on. I think I'd like Mortarion if he wasn't so disgusto. No, Mortarion's model is so cool with the wings and everything. I think a good therapist could have prevented 90% of the Imperium's problems. Honestly, that is absolutely correct. I really think that you have a good point there.
Water.
The adeptus sororitas will fall to chaos. Never! What are you talking about? Drivel. Drivel. Nah. Nah. They'll never get to me. Are you kidding me? Nah. Sanguinius is the best damn boy. And that's a son of Dorn. He's fucking amazing. I love him. I'm gonna go nappies. Take care. Have an amazing rest. Thank you so much for sticking around. I would love to get pegged by female. Oh my god. That's something I just read in my chat. That's something I just read in my own chat. I think I need another candy. I think I need another candy after reading that. I think I deserve another candy after reading that in my own chat. But didn't they actually have, like, female models? I swear that I read in a book that developing a female Astartes isn't completely impossible. The problem was the extreme rejection rate compared to normal male rejection rates. No, it isn't possible because the gene seed, right? Isn't the gene seed like it has to be male? Give me Angron, I could take him. What are you guys talking about? Who you can take? Are y'all talking about who you can take? Fucking, I don't know if I am. I'm like, I could take Angron Horus Fulgur. Oh my god, you have a list! You have a list! What? Not in a fight, though. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know you're not talking about a fight, okay? This is the community I've curated. Please say in a fight. Please say in a fight. Oh my, let's just keep watching.
They're still pretty much putting the pieces back together, even 10,000 years later. Now, even though the Horus Heresy and 30K in general are technically a prequel to 40K, you could arguably call it a completely separate franchise.
I definitely mean in a fight. I don't mean in a fight.
As somebody who got
I'm calling Sanguinius right now.
I knew anything about the Horus Heresy, the Primarchs were always these
It's the hair.
demigod type characters.
It's the hair. It's the hair. Like, come on, bro. It's the hair. Look at the look. Dog. It's the hair. Oh, yeah. Oh, this one. I love this one. Dog. Like, come on. Actual fucking... Oh, my God. Sanguinius would never... With me? Never? Never, ever, ever? Where is it? This one.
Like Hercules and Odysseus that were just spoken about.
Too bad he's dead. Not in my...
Really
in my heart.
But when you start reading the Horus Heresy books, their main
not in my dirty
just
files.
Seeing two of the Primarchs interact with one another and speak to each other was mind-blowing.
I'm disgusting.
This timeline sees a lot of the factions that you'll see in 40K get incredibly fleshed out, with the exceptions of the one that haven't really been introduced yet, like the Tau or the Tyranids. And technically the Necrons were there too, but they were still asleep in their tomb worlds.
So the Horus Heresy is probably the most well-documented period of time within the Warhammer 40K timeline, as the entire thing is only about 9 years long, yet the Horus Heresy novel series is still being written as of the time of this recording.
So,
over 60
this video was recorded in 2023. Didn't it recently just finish? Sorry, but he's dead. He's not! Sad burp. Sad burp. Mr. Shrimpton, Mr. Shrimpington, no, he's not dead. I could take bro. I could take bro. He's not dead. the Warhammer file, and instead of an island, it's the warp. Damn. Oh my god. I don't even want to think about like the equivalent. Oh my god. The Epstein files are so terrible. We're not going to talk about that, but that is pretty funny. The gene seed and genetic shenanigans are key to male biology, so the rejection of a female initiate would be significantly higher. That's how I see it. I mean, isn't it literally the gene seed? Like, it's unable to work, right? I would take a Norn Queen. What's a Norn Queen? Is that a 40k thing? They are still releasing stories for it. So here's the thing that I don't understand about the Horus Heresy series is that it's a bunch of different authors. It's a bunch of different authors writing different books about. Are they deciding what's really happening? Like, I would Hive Tyrant if I get the chance. Y'all would fuck anything. It's transitioning into the Scouring. I don't know what the Scouring is, actually. It's shit outside of the main books. Oh, okay. So there are, like, main books by specific authors. Damn, how'd you know? What, that you do anything? Huh? I'm just waiting to turn into a Kriegsman. What? If you catch my drift, Mrs. Sister of Battle. Bro, y'all, you don't even know. Homie don't even know what I would use this. You know what I would use this for right here? You know, my surgical tools right here that I would use for saving people, you know, in the Imperium. Yeah, I wouldn't use those for saving you, buddy. No. No. It'd be a lot messier, you could say. Yeah. No. Oh, I'm too small. I'm too small. I was too small. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. It's kind of like, for the gene seed is like an organ that constantly produces concentrated hormones as the individual grows, and due to the male hormones being so concentrated, it would just naturally wreck a female's body to hell and back, and that's how I see it and I interpret it. I think I agree with you there, because, I mean, it's made for males. It's not worth it. It's not worth, you know, the suffering of a person, you know, if she can't do that. But I mean, hey, if she's got the potential, then she can become a sister of battle in the Art of Sororitas. Biting nails word. Y'all are scared. The YouTube sky. I keep saying skied. Side is scared. Like I mentioned, there's a mention of attempting female Astartes. I swear I heard like they used to have them. Maybe it was just the attempt. Maybe. But I swear. Let's keep watching for now.
Novels in it. Even more so if you count all of the novellas and short stories that were created to support the main books.
Okay, yes, novella. Yeah, he literally just
a ton of stuff that happens in the series. But I'm going to tell you just what you need to know. So, for a time, the Emperor led the Great Crusade himself. However, he needed to begin work on what was known to him as the Webway Project back on Earth. This bit of information had not been revealed to any of his Primarchs, a fact that would end up causing resentment to build up in many of his sons. Now, if the project had been successful, it would have completely eliminated humanity's reliance on warp travel. Unfortunately, that didn't end up happening, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So a new War Master was appointed to act in his stead. Horus Lupercal of the Luna Wolves was chosen for this role. Now, he was still a Primarch with his own legion, but for all intents and purposes, he would be the voice of the Emperor. Any decision that Horus made would be as if it came from the Emperor himself. Now, he had his faults, of course, just like the rest of his brothers. But when he was chosen as the War Master, even though a few Primarchs grumbled about how it should have been them, they all recognized Horus's greatness. and for a time he served his role incredibly well. Now that would all change on the moon of Davin, when Horus was mortally injured by the planetary governor who had been corrupted by Nurgle, wielding a blade known as the Anime,
ooh, look at
a sword that was said to be
that.
so deadly that it could kill even that which was unkillable. This wound placed Horus in a coma, and none of the apothecaries available on Horus's flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, were able to cure him. Now to Horus's Marines at the time, this seemed like a freak accident. However, that's not exactly what happened. You see, there was this chaplain named Erebus, who was a member of the Wordbearers Legion and had been accompanying the Luna Wolves. You see, he had actually stolen the blade from a group of people known as the Interrex, and then provided it to the man that would end up landing the blow, all as part of his careful plan to end up corrupting Horus. It was revealed that he had been behind the scenes orchestrating the heresy at the command of his Primarch Lorgar, who, after having been reprimanded by the Emperor for spreading his worship, which completely went against his ideals, had sought out other gods more worthy of their devotion. The Wordbearers would inevitably discover the Chaos Gods, and set in motion events that would lead to the bloodiest civil war humanity had ever seen. Now back on the Vengeful Spirit, Erebus recommended bringing Horus to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge, a place on Davin, where they could use sorcery to heal him. Now this was a diabolic place that was linked to the
I like that his
ruined powers
toes
of
are
the
different
Chaos
colors.
Gods, a fact that was unknown to the Luna Wolves at the time. Many of the Marines were against this, but they didn't really see any other options. So in desperation, they agreed to try what Erebus wanted, and it was here in the temple that Horus was put into a dreamlike fugue state. And in this dream, he would be manipulated by the Chaos Gods and the astral spirit of Erebus into turning against the Emperor. He was shown visions of the future, of the galaxy in flames, of a human imperium that worshipped the Emperor as a god. Humanity had descended into a new dark age, and the Emperor didn't care about humanity. He had just been using them this entire time in order to obtain godhood. Now during this, the astral spirit of Magnus, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns Legion, appeared before Horus and tried to prevent what was happening. But unfortunately, he was ultimately unsuccessful, and the corruption had taken root in Horus's heart. When Horus finally awoke, he had been healed and his allegiance had changed. He set about orchestrating the downfall of the Imperium. Now 7 of the other Primarchs, Lorgar of the Wordbearers, Mortarion of the Death Guard,
Gene Stealers can be hot. Oh my god.
the Iron Warriors, Angron of the World Leaders, Alpharius of the Alpha Legion, and
Creepy
Conrad
writing.
Kurs of the Night Lords.
Half
would
Eldar
join
Space
Horus
Marines.
and
Is that
join
actually
allegiance to his
canon?
cause. Now each of the traitor Primarchs realized that not all of their Space Marines would end up following them after their heresy had been revealed. And thus it was determined which of the Marines were likely to remain loyal and which ones would side with their Primarch. With the loyalists identified, the traitor legions would end up purging an enormous amount of their own men. This would take place on the world of Istvan III, when the Marines that were selected for purging were sent down to the planet's surface to fight against the Xeno species that had claimed it. The mission was basically bogus, and the real reason they had been sent down was the traitors in orbit planned on wiping them out all in one fell swoop. They would then inevitably virus bomb the planet, and any Marines that were not killed by the virus bombing were then set ablaze as the gas clouds were ignited and a massive wall of fire spread out in every direction, incinerating everything on the planet's surface. Now there would be a couple
No
of
French
survivors
tips.
here, such as Gabriel
That's
Vickers,
such a
Luna
good
Wolf, and
idea.
one of
Oh
the
my
4
god,
members
let's
of
do
the
French
Warhammer.
tips.
But his story deserves its own video. With the loyalists purged from their own legions, the traitors would move on to Istvan V, and the events there would later be known as the Drop Site Massacre. The traitors would end up calling for aid from many of the other loyalist legions, specifically the legions that they felt they wouldn't be able to turn, no matter how convincing their argument. These included the legions and primarchs of the Iron Hands, the Salamanders, and the Raven Guard. The combined forces of the traitor legions would open fire on their own brothers here and slaughter them to a man. The Primarch Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands was killed by Fulgrim during this battle, but the Primarchs of the other 2 legions, Vulcan of the Salamanders and Korax of the Raven Guards, would ultimately live on. However, their legions were reduced to a mere fraction of what they once were. The Raven Guard, for example, were said to originally have 80,000 Space Marines, but after the Drop Site Massacre, that had been reduced to 5,000. Shortly after these
That's
events,
actually
halfway across
insane.
the galaxy, Magnus of the Thousand Suns would seek to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal. He did this by astral projecting all the way to Terra. He felt like sending a message the old-fashioned way wouldn't get there in time, or worse, could have been intercepted by the traitors. And shortly before this, all psychic powers had been banned at the Council of Nicaea, so in attempting to warn the Emperor, he was directly going against his orders. But Magnus was doing what he felt he had to. Unfortunately, he would end up being manipulated by the Chaos God of Treachery, Tzeentch, and ended up destroying a psychic barrier around the Sol system that the Emperor had placed to keep the forces of chaos at bay. Magnus's astral form burst into the throne room, unaware of what he was doing. and hordes of demons followed him in.
Yeah,
the project was destroyed, and
slay!
the Emperor ordered the Space Wolves and Lehman Russ to bring Magnus.
This is how the
in
Dreadnoughts
to
would
answer
look
for
at the
his crimes.
painting services.
However,
Had
the message was
whimsy,
intercepted by Horus,
grace,
who
and
changed the order
whimsy.
to kill Magnus and the 1,000 Suns and burn their
I'd
world
hate
of
Fulgrim.
Prospero. The Space Wolves followed
I can
their
never
orders
remember
and
what each
decimated
looks
the
like. I
planet.
gotta.
In a desperate attempt to save his legion, Magnus made a pact with Tzeentch, who warped him and his surviving sons off of Prospero and to the planet of the Sorcerers, a world deep within the Eye of Terror. Later, Magnus would pledge loyalty to Horus, not out of some form of malice like his brothers, but because he had directly been betrayed by the Imperium. The War Master would lead a horrifically violent crusade against the Imperium, working ever closer towards Terra and the Imperial Palace. Eventually, the traitors would siege Terra. Horus had been infused with the power of all of the Chaos Gods, and in the great
Dang,
climactic
all of
final
them?
battle, would engage the Emperor in combat. Still seeing the good in his son, the Emperor would end up holding back, not unleashing his full power, hoping desperately that Horus could still be saved and redeemed. In this moment of weakness, Horus managed to land a mortal wound on the Emperor, and with that, the Emperor realized that there was no saving his son, that he had been completely lost to him. So the Emperor unleashed his full power and obliterated Horus so completely that not even his soul survived. Now, in order to keep the Emperor alive, the Astronomicon was quickly converted into a makeshift life support system. The Emperor's psychic might would be used to power it, and the machine would keep him from truly dying. And here the Emperor would remain for the next 10,000 years, his physical body little more than a decaying corpse, while his spiritual body was free to roam the warp, and by all accounts, has been growing stronger ever since. Now, one of the greatest ironies of 40k is that since the Emperor is a perpetual, if he was to physically die, he would be reborn. This is a fact that the other members of the Imperium are not aware of. So over the last 10,000 years, they've been doing everything they can to keep him alive. But if he had just been allowed to die, he would have come back. The traitor legions would be pushed back from Terra. With the War Master dead, their siege had failed. And in the period of time leading up to the 31st millennium, an event known as the Scouring would take place, where all of the traitor legions were hunted down and forced into exile within the Eye of Terror. After the heresy had fully concluded, the Imperium was left to put all of the pieces back together. The Emperor was gone, the traitor legions had been pushed back, and a period of rebuilding took place. In order to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again, a council of representatives known as the High Lords of Terra were implemented to rule in the Emperor's place, each coming from a different background and having different goals and objectives rather than the Imperium being ruled by a single individual. Now, that being said, they were also supposed to quote-unquote interpret the Emperor's will. Additionally, Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, would propose that the Space Marine legions be broken up into chapters, each of which containing no more than 1,000 members. The idea was that if treachery on this scale had happened once before, then it could inevitably happen again.
Yeah.
And no single man should have the power of an entire Space Marine legion at his disposal. Many of the Primarchs did not agree with this, namely Vulcan of the Salamanders, whose legion had been reduced to just a mere fraction of its original power, or Rogel Dorn of the Imperial Fist, who viewed this action as a further weakening of the Legion's strength, after they had just concluded the bloodiest civil war in their history. Regardless of how they felt, the book that Guilliman had penned that outlined how all of the chapters should be organized, known as the Codex Astartes, was eventually implemented, and all of the legions were broken up.
The 10,000 years between the Horus heresy.
Okay, I'm gonna
40
pause here for a second and just read some of these messages. The first 40k novel has an inquisitor that fantasizes about relations. Oh, whoopsies. About relations with gene stealers. That's pretty interesting. I hate Fulgrim. I'm so happy Dorn destroyed his full Grussi and then he just dipped like a bitch. Doesn't Trazen have like a exact like replica of Fulgrim? Or am I thinking the wrong Primarch? I might be thinking the wrong Primarch. It's in one of my shorts, I'm pretty sure. In the Rogue Trader era, there was a half Eldar Space Marine librarian. How? He was the Ultramarines chief, like, and half Eldar Space Marine? Damn. You can do that? I mean, I guess because he is, like, half human, right? This character is now a full Eldar who is an ambassador to Robout from Craftworld Ulthua. Really? Outside of Sisters, which chapters are your favorite? I love the Plague Marines. I love my little stinky boys. My stinky boys are great. I like my stinky boys. And I love the Adeptus Sororitas. Those are my big few. The ones I kind of really dig. But there are a lot of other really awesome, like, factions and people. Like, the Noise Marines are really cool, and the Harlequin peeps. Everything's really cool. The Iron Warriors Legion have the head of Sanguinius. Do they really? He traded with Bile. He has a collar on him too. Oh, Trazen does have a clone of Fulgrim. How did he even get his hands on a clone? How did Fulgrim let himself be cloned? Or I guess... How does that even... I don't even know. Let's keep watching.
Is where the bulk of 40k lore takes place.
Oh, we're almost
this is where
done!
The majority of the books are set. And you could make the argument that all of these events are definitely important, but they're not.
What do we want to
critical
watch
understanding
next?
the framework
Let's
of
focus
the
on like a
entirety that is
specific
40K.
faction.
But there
Which
are
do
a
we
few
want
details that I
next?
feel like you need to understand. The first and most major is that during this time period, we see all of the Primarchs inevitably end up disappearing. And
That's
all
cool.
for various reasons. Leman Russ dives into the warp, headed off after the traitors. Corvus Corax disappears in shame after he tried to rebuild his legion by cutting corners. And inevitably accidentally made a whole bunch of Raven Guard abominations.
That looks like
And
something from
Gilliman was
Silent Hill.
brutally wounded by his brother Fulgrim and subsequently put in stasis. So it's kind of mirroring what happened with
Okay,
his
so
father.
if
The
he's in
start of this
stasis,
2000s
then anyone can
will
make a
also see the
clone, yeah.
Damned's Crusade,
That
where
makes
the
sense.
Tower introduced to the storyline. First contact with the Tyranids also occurs here. Oh yeah, and the alarm clock for the Necrons ends up going off and all their tomb worlds start coming back online. But we're jumping ahead to the 13th
Works.
Black Crusade, because this is where the timeline finally started moving forward.
Death Guard for Chaos. I love the Death Guard too. My Plague Marine stinky Death Guard boys. Nasty.
Most
I love
people
them.
alive during this time have no idea what transpired back then.
If any of you want to learn more about, I don't
purging of
know,
specific
like all of
documents,
them.
covering up of the truth.
They're I don't know. They're all so fucking cool. Like, I don't know. I would love to learn more about my sisters. I mean, I already know so much, but I still feel like there's a lot that I'm missing out on or haven't learned. A lot of this stuff could be books and stuff. If I could listen to audiobooks with you guys, I would, but of course, obviously, that's not how it works. Necrons are pretty cool. I would like to, I don't know much about Necrons. Other than, you know, they were gypped and scammed. Excuse me, that was a weird hiccup. Fabius Bile, he has or had a store of Fulgrim's genetics. Made and destroyed several clones. Are these clones that are like active? Like they are literally like him in every way? Or is it just a clone like an empty shell? Saint Celestine. I have that model. I have that one. I got a white primer for it. I'm nervous, but I'm excited. In the end, Bile gave the perfect close to Trazen. Oh, okay. The Book of Choyer has some absolutely excellent videos on Death Guard. Oh, okay. We could learn more Death Guard stuff, but I already know a little bit. Oh, Sanguinius. Should we learn more about Sanguinius? I don't know that much. I just know that he's really hot. Exactly like him, down to his flaws, which is why Bile doesn't like him and is happy to trade him. Dang. Should we look into Sanguinius? The Rise and Fall of an Angel. This is 2.5 hours? Life and Death of Sanguinius. This would be pretty cool. Ooh, this is like a cool video. Sanguinius, fabulous hawk boy. Early life, Great Crusade, Black Range, Death Company, Fatalism. Clones were him in his pure form. I see. You should listen to the speech of Sanguinius meeting his legion before you learn more about him. Speech of Sanguinius meeting his legion. Ooh, Major Kill is rough. I like Major Kill, but I also don't like Major Kill. He's a little rough. Sanguinius, what speech you said? Is this supposed to be it right here? This epic voice acting? I do not like Major Krill. I liked him, but then he started to get worse and worse over time. And it makes me sad because it's like, oh, I like it's like iDubbbz for a Warhammer lore content creator. His style is very divisive. He's just he wasn't always so aggressive, I guess is the way to put it. DQVO. DQVO. There we go. Okay. Echo Sanguinius' speech. It's a voiceover. So, is this from a book? Oh, wait, there's two. At the gate. Oh, no, Meets his Legion. Meets his Legion. This one's 20 minutes. Damn. Look how good he looks. Oh, my God. He's so fucking... Am I allowed to link? I assume this is the one. I love voice acting. I assume this is voice acting. So let's totally listen to it and keep painting. Let me fix my chair. My favorite book. Ooh, okay. This is a Horus Heresy book, I assume. Ow! A fucking cunt! Shaped wiener dong.
Behind him came the lunar walls. Before him, standing in ranks, stood the Revenant Legion. They waited.
Yo, Sky! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome, Raiders! I am Cabo, nice to meet you. I'm usually your local pizza delivery rat, but today I am Sister Kai of the Adeptus Sororitas Orders Hospitaller, and I'm here to help you and heal you from all your stresses and worries. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. How are you? Sky, you were streaming? What were you streaming? Pubby Sky. What were you streaming? What were you doing? And I hope everyone had a nice time. Also, thank you for Zachary Drawn and Jodens Naka for the follows on YouTube side. Thank you very, very much. Lost our Gengar? No! Poor little guy. Poor little guy. Pokemon Platinum is easily my... I mean, that's the one I really grew up with and loved. This is from the Siege of Terra, so they slingshot Sanguinius back, and the 1st and 13th Legion are rushing back to Terra. And take care, Joe. Thank you so much for sticking around, and I wish you luck at the flea market. Please go enjoy yourself. Lost Pichu twice. Rest in pieces. Cuties. Rest in pieces. Will you join Chaos for the head of Sanguinius? Let's listen to the speech first. But my sisters would admonish me.
A graven in his image. Several thousand faces, resculpted through techno-magical genetics to resemble that of the father they'd never met.
Oh, actually, really quick. We're gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more water and like my paint water. I need some new paint water and stuff. So we're gonna be right back. Please be patient. Not gonna be too long. Thank you. Whoops.
How do Space Marines take a fat dump? In their armor, of course. A Space Marine's armor will take their poo-poo and their armor will recycle it into a yucky paste for them to slurp on down. Because come on, who doesn't love eating filtered fat turds? Nurgle approved. Yummy.
Perfect. Oh my God.
Isn't it great?
Chris.
I know, it's my dream.
I have goosebumps everywhere. This is out of this world.
Like a hobbit.
Stop! I love hobbits! I would love to be a hobbit with nasty leather toes.
What the fuck? You disgusting pig. What the
Did someone say big, beautiful muscle mommies? As of the release of the Adeptus Custodes Codex 10th edition, Games Workshop has confirmed that Henry Cavill's favorite army now includes women. But Cabo, they're all men in past lore. Hate to break it to you, buddy, but these are custodians. No gene seed, meaning no gender restriction. These stronger, big, bad golden boys, and now girls, have been individually handcrafted to perfection. I mean, come on, look at her. Many think this is all a retcon from Games Workshop, so they don't like our golden-clad baby girls. Sure, female custodians haven't been mentioned in any past lore, but there are nada zero no sources that say women cannot undergo the process to become custodians. But you're gonna say no to a sweet set of bagungas? Some sweet coconuts? But please step on me, mommy. How dumb are orcs in 40k? Dumb enough to believe the louder a gun is, the more powerful it is. Dumb enough to believe painting a vehicle red will make it go faster, because the red ones go faster. Dumb enough to believe that if something should work, it works. And then it works, just because they think so. Dumb enough to go back in time, kill themselves, just so they can get their favorite gun as a spare. Orcs go, wah! So yeah, they're numbskulls. What the f is that? Those are cyber cherubs. Now you're probably thinking, what would someone want with a lobotomized flying baby? Lots of things, obviously. Well, firstly, they are vat-grown constructs inspired by religious Renaissance art. Usually they're equipped with decorative wings and all sorts of cybernetics and junk. They serve the Imperium, usually the Ecclesiarchy, as a unique kind of servitor. These baby things are mainly aesthetic, but still have many tasks. Not just lugging around holy texts in the Ministorum, but even assisting the Sisters of Battle on the front lines with ammo or aiding in rituals. But Emperor protect me, they have to be one of the freakiest things about this already terribly demented franchise. I mean, look at it. It's a baby. A baby. But is it really a baby? Nope. It's a vat-grown, cybernetically enhanced homunculi invented by the Adeptus Mechanicus with the intention of creating a flying servitor type that holds the symbolic representation of purity. Yeah, because this is totally screaming purity and innocence. If you ask me, this thing's as pure as Nurgle's left butt cheek. Hello, we are back. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for chilling. Do you want an invite to my Oshi? Do you need an invite? You can't just sign up for the website. Is it like you have to have an invite? Wow, that's exclusive. That's pretty cool. I mean, in that case, sure. Excuse me. All right, we are going to listen to Sanguinius' thing. We're going to start from the beginning, and we're going to keep on painting. I feel like my love for Sanguinius is growing right now. I feel like it's growing. And I don't know if it's good or bad, but I think I'm starting to have a crush on him. Am I fangirling? Am I gonna be fangirling right now? Let's see. I love the rain and the invite. Sanguinius meets his legion. So this is him like meeting them for the first time?
Sanguinius stepped out into the storm.
Okay.
Behind him came the lunar wolves.
Behind him, yeah.
Before him, standing in ranks, stood the Revenant Legion.
Alright, let's get this paint out.
They waited in formation, statues at attention in the storm. Helmetless, they were graven in his image. Several thousand faces, resculpted through techno-magical genetics.
Wait, so they all looked like him?
They'd never met. Their various skin shades hid nothing, and variant colors and styles of hair didn't conceal the fact either. Each one of them bore his visage,
Because, like, they're...
Sanguinius had been
Oh my
cognizant
god.
of this possibility without truly expecting it. Many of Horus's lunar wars grew to take on his features as they ascended to the Astartes state. But it was by no means ubiquitous among the legions. Here, Sanguinius looked not on mere similarity, but simulacrum. Horus's sons resembled their Primarch as a son might take closely after a father. Sanguinius's sons resembled their gene-sire as his own face would look back at him in a
That's
cracked
scary.
mirror.
Whoa.
War had scarred them, but they were him to the life. And they were afraid of him.
Dang.
He could read it in eyes that matched his own. And he could sense it in the tautness of features he knew so perfectly well. The torment of expectation had goaded him to believe his sons might rejoice at their first sight of him. But the reality was altogether more tense.
Vampires and killers and
They feared
cannibals?
what he represented, and the many changes to come. Free of the gunship's confines, he stretched his wings in the rain. Nothing more than instinct. The way someone might raise a hand against a breeze or roll their shoulders to prepare for a task. But when he did it, as his white feathered pinions flexed, several warriors in the front rank flinched. They didn't just fear what he represented, Sanguinius realized. They feared him. Perhaps they feared the mutation he bore on his back. But the Primarch didn't think it was anything so simple.
Did they do that on purpose? Did they give him wings, like...
Presence.
On purpose?
Why? The rain slashed, unceasing.
Yeah, why do they fear him?
Content to fill the terrible silence with the hiss of its impact. Sanguinius felt the gaze of the lunar walls behind him, as surely as he saw the stares of the immortal Ninth facing him. Keeping his wings close to his body, for convenience rather than caution, he started walking along the rows of gathered warriors in their storm-washed grey. He met their eyes as he passed, and marked well the scars of war on their ceramite plate and transfigured flesh. In turn, they gazed up at him with the desperate hope he had been expecting, coupled with a defiance he had not. They wanted this. They ached for this moment. But everything rode upon it. The pressure was practically a physical thing, bearing down on all of them. In their faces he read their records of the Great Crusade. The drinking of blood and the eating of flesh, for tactical advantage. For
Did it
survival,
did it really give them a tactical advantage?
but not rarely enough for pleasure. He read the stories told by the scars that marred their beauty. The chronicles of subterranean campaigns against mutated
I can't blame
hordes
people
and
for not
scarcely
wanting to
human
be
harvested
paired
from
up with a
desperately needed
cannibal.
Reinforcements. In their narrowed, awed eyes, he saw the discretionary refusals of the Divisio Militaris to supply them with munitions and armor battalions to match the other newborn legions, for fear of the Revenant's degeneracy. He saw the Imperial decrees breaking them apart to serve in splinter fleets, fragments of fragments attached to other Legion forces. The primary reason it had taken so long to gather the Legion here in its entirety. He saw the hardships of their crusade, and the compromises made when fate had forced their hands. In the tilt of their heads, and the set of their lips, he saw the sanctions levied against them by other, nobler legions.
Nobler. Ooh.
He saw the sins they'd committed against their own empire, and the scorn they'd endured because of it. He saw how they wore that disregard as a badge of unwanted honor.
The gene seed can so transform an initiate that they look like their Primarch's miniature identical twins. These are commonly referred to as true sons. Okay. So not every initiate, but most are true sons, and almost always they're true sons. Was Sanguinius in his mutation? Some Marines, if they ate a corpse, they would get its memories and information. That is crazy. That is next level. That's pretty wackadoo, I will say. Excuse me. I'm just coughing it up, and let me just take a sip. Let's keep listening. This is really good. I don't want to talk over this much like the other one or pause it too often. It's really good.
Short. We saw them for what they
False
were.
radiation.
Cannibals and killers with the faces of angels. Last of all, gleaming in their brazen stares, was the knowledge of their own extinction. Their time was coming to an end. Even without Sanguinius here before they gathered ranks, the lifespan of the Immortal Ninth was decidedly mortal after all. The other legions, no matter their degrees of savagery, were reliable weapons in the Emperor's arsenal. To carve a planet apart, he sent the 8th. To drown a rebellion in the blood of their own dead, he sent the 12th. The ruthlessness of these wild legions was still contained within the framework of the Great Plan. But the 9th, these blood-stained knights with their crimson rituals, these eaters of the dead, already they'd been broken up, unreliable in legion force. Whole swaths of the expeditionary fleets refused to fight alongside them. Again and again they were ground down to near annihilation, repeatedly bringing themselves back from the brink with tides of desperate recruitment, sustaining themselves by elevating the genetic dregs of the species to a state of imperial perfection. Their ways populated their ranks with men exalted in flesh, yet still hollow in soul. Duty could only carry a soldier so far. These transhuman men fought for the Imperium, but they cared for little. They loved nothing. There was nothing ennobling in their suffering, only pride in their capacity to endure. The pride of a cornered animal is all they have left.
This is crazy voice
As soon as
acting.
the thought occurred to him, Sanguinius dismissed it. No, it's not all they have left. It's all they ever had. It is all they were ever given. How like the people of Balfora they were, so vulnerable despite their fortitude, able to survive but never thrive.
So he's just thinking all of this. He's
Sanguinius
not
had been
said
adopted
anything.
by the clans of pure blood, and grew to become their champion. He could have ruled over them as the god king they believed him to be, but he had always wanted nothing more than to protect them. He elevated the pure tribes from the travails of their rad-soaked homeland, not through dominance over them, but by his service to them. And now, the Revenant's fear made sense. It was so obvious once he'd witnessed it with his own eyes. A truth that no hololithic report could ever convey. What would this winged demigod demand of them? Could they ever live up to what he would ask? Would they even want to try, if they despised their new father and his vision? Sanguinius kept walking, kept studying them. He thought of the oaths of fealty he could make them swear tonight. He thought of the glory he could promise them, and of the pride he could convey at the Emperor granting him command of his own legion. He was their Primarch, and he had every right to play out the moment the way his sons expected, by binding them to him with sacred oaths of their allegiance to him.
I mean, they look just like him. They don't got a choice no more.
Spoke to his legion were far from bombastic speeches later.
So he was just
chroniclers would
given
describe.
a bunch of cannibals?
What is your name? Sanguinius asked the closest revenant, the first of his sons that he ever met face to face. His tone was gently firm, his curiosity evident. The scarred warrior replied, lips wet with the rain. Edamas. Sanguinius saw the conflict in the man's dark eyes as the Astartes hesitated, unsure whether to add an honorific. Thank you, Sanguinius replied. He turned to the next warrior in line. And you? Your name? Amit. Again, that hesitation, though Amit added a subdued Lord. After a moment's pause.
Okay.
Thank you. And you? And on it went. Soon he wasn't going one by one anymore, instead beckoning them to break ranks and come forward in clusters. He looked each of them in the eye as they proclaimed their names to him, many of them shouting over the others as the adrenaline of the moment took hold, and he committed their identities to his preternatural memory. These were his first sons, and he would remember every one of them until the day of his death. When it was done, silence descended once more, dense with expectation. Before,
their gene
the
flaw.
revenants had regarded
Okay.
him with that clash of anticipation and defiant fear. Now, the challenge in their stares bordered on feverish. Why had he asked their names? What did he intend to do with the knowledge? Sanguinius saluted them, his fist against his heart. At last, he spoke. You have told me your names, and I have read the records of your deeds. I know you.
What? Oh my chair.
And I know how
freaking-
my father's Imperium,
Oopsies.
our Imperium, looks upon you. You have served with loyalty and been paid in gratitude and spite, both in equal measure. You have been given difficult tasks, only to find yourselves mistrusted for achieving them in the ways you believed best.
Dang,
I will
okay.
not say you were wrong to act as you have acted, nor will I blame those that have come to fear you. That is the past. And this is our chance to step back from the edge of extinction. My first command is to bring you together once more. We will fight together as one bloodline. As of this moment, you are a broken legion no longer. The Revenant's eyes were upon him.
So they were like recently
He felt no
changed
doubts
or born, I guess.
He knew exactly what he wanted to say.
$3, that's for the added story. That's, oh
Swear
my
me
god,
no
yay.
He told them.
Sorry,
Make
I'll
me
shush.
no promises. Do not offer me your allegiance purely because my blood runs in your veins. Sanguinius laughed suddenly, the sound musical against the percussion of the storm. In fact, do not offer me your allegiance at all. Not until you believe me worthy of it. The Primarch drew his sword, plunging it into the earth before the gathered ranks. He spread his wings, letting the rain sheet from them in pearlescent droplets. And then, to the amazed horror of his sons, he went to one knee in obeisance. Even with his head down, his voice carried above the storm.
He's so
Instead,
noble!
Let me offer you my allegiance. Take my oath. Here
They've been fighting for a while without him. Oh, okay,
I
okay.
am Sanguinius, son of the Emperor.
So they were just sort of
Primarch
assigned
the
to
Ninth
him.
Legion. And I make you this promise. I will stand with you in glory, or die alongside you in shame. I come to you tonight not to enforce my ways upon all of you, but to learn your ways.
So be a
The
cannibal,
Reverend
pretty much.
Legion looked upon him with breathless amazement. The punishment and chastisements they had expected hadn't manifested. The self-righteous vows they'd anticipated, that they must reshape themselves in their new father's image, hadn't been spoken. This legion is not mine, Sanguinius called out to his sons as he rose to his feet. It is not a possession to be manipulated purely by my will. This legion is ours. And though you are my sons, fated to answer to me, I am your Primarch.
Oh no.
And I will answer to you. Sanguinius
I have to
heard
do
the
the second
lunar
code
walls
anyway, it'll be
shifting
fine.
uncomfortably. This was plainly not how it had gone with Horus. It was not how these meetings were supposed to go. The angel drew his blade from the wet earth, raising his voice over the thunder. Each one of you is a bloodied veteran of the Great Crusade, and I, too, have fought the Imperium's wars, learning of our empire at my brother Horus's side. But I am as new to my title as I am to the war we fight. In time, I will come to lead you. But for now, I ask you only to let me fight by your side. If you refuse me, I will leave with no grudge. I will break my pact with the Emperor and return to Balfora. I will leave you to survive as you survived thus far. But if you accept my offer, then let us learn together what our legion will be.
Very
Let us write that
inspiring.
story as a united bloodline. Sanguinius let the rain fall clean his blade. He sheathed it in a smooth motion and rippled his wings against the storm's chill. The Emperor has charged us to take this world. He wants Tegar Pentorus. He wants it compliant before the turn of the solar month. I have seen the plans. I have seen the Imperial Army communications pleading for the presence of the Lunar Wolves here. The formal requests that my brother's pristine sons remain to bring about the compliance the Ninth Legion cannot be trusted to achieve. The Revenants stirred, shifted, clutched their weapons tighter. They had their pride. They had it in abundance. And it would make for a fine beginning. The Emperor wants this world, and the Lunar Wolves would love to be the ones to give it to him. Sanguinius paused, a half smile on his beauteous features, the look of a man sharing a sly jest with his closest companions. It's my belief.
Oh fuck, I forgot to.
That we don't need our esteemed cousins, though. I believe we can take this planet without their aid. And in doing so, we will write the first chapter of our Legion's true story. He turned to the side, an intermediary between the Lunar Wolves officers and the several thousand revenants standing in broken ranks. Ezekiel looked faintly amused. Tarek was fully grinning. What say you, warriors of the Ninth Legion? Sanguinius called out. What say you, to our noble ambassadors from the 16th. Thousands of voices rose, a rolling thunder of mockery, refusal, and defiance. The Revenant Legion shouted down the lunar walls with that unified roar, succeeding also in outshouting the storm. Ezekiel Abaddon stepped forward, raising his hands for quiet. It took some time to descend. Tarek moved with him, and as Abaddon inclined his head in respect to the quieting revenants, the latter gave a teasing, courtly bow. Well then, Lord Sanguinius, Tarek said, loud enough for the ranks of Astartes to hear. It's the considered opinion of myself and my dear first Captain Abaddon here, that we can pull our Legion forces back and let the 9th handle things. Sanguinius thanked them both with his gaze, watched them moving to reboard their gunship, and then turned to face his new Legion once more. My friends, he said to the Revenants.
Give up on the flea market? No!
Let us make ready. We have our first war to win.
Wow, look at that. That's a good speech. That's a really good speech.
Greetings, one and all. If you enjoyed that, you can support me on my page.
Yo, that was really fucking cool. That was awesome. That was really fucking cool. But I get that, Joe. You know, you put on your pants, you're like, okay, I'm ready to go. And you're like, nah, today's just going to be pajama day. This book is why I view Aaron Dembski Bowden as the GOAT Warhammer writer. I haven't read enough Warhammer books to say, but I really want to dig into them more. This seems super cool. I'm really into it. Let's learn more about Sanguinius and like what he's up to. I don't look into the Primarchs enough as I should. Let's do Life and Death. This is alright. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Let's do this one. It's not even the best one in that book. I'm gonna have to. Which number in the Horus Heresy? Is that one of the main books, or is that like a side book thingy? I have 3 box sets for Adepta Sororitas, and they're gonna be Chaos Adepta Sororitas. Ooh, okay. That's pretty interesting. That's pretty cool. I do support. I do support. Let's see here.
Do you know the story of Sanguinius?
No, that's why I'm watching your video.
Master of the 9th Legion.
Why does this guy sound
the great
drunk? This guy almost sounds drunk.
The father of the legendary Blood Angels Astartes. The hero of the Great Crusade. Loved by all in the Imperium. It began centuries ago.
I'm sorry, but this guy almost sounds drunk.
On our lonely planet of Bal Secundus. Bal was once a beautiful world. Long gone is that memory. Our ancestors destroyed our planet. Civil wars ruined our once great world. The land scorched to ash. A barren wasteland of its former self. The survivors formed their small tribes, enduring the hardships of the land. We were once a nomadic tribe, roaming from place to place, struggling to survive in the harsh landscape. Our tribe was known as the
What is this
folk of
music?
the pure blood. One day, the miracle was discovered. Our ancestors in the tribe found a child, a being of perfection, sprouting wings from its back. The wings of an angel. A gift from the God Emperor. Or a curse from the war. Not all saw the child's purity. Kill the mutant, they would say.
Yikes!
Burn
No.
it before it grows.
No.
Still divided. People allowed the being to live. Growing under the wall, a band of feral mutants ambushed our people, slaughtering many.
Dun dun dun
within
dun
the
dun dun
clan.
dun. We're making a girly pop Dreadnought. We are.
Change that day. For the brutal attack on our tribe, the angel became rage. Wrath.
I can't get over that this guy sounds like he's drunk, though. I really can't. I can't get over the fact that he sounds like, I understand what he's trying to do, and it's like a good voice, but I think let me go to WARHAMMER or something. I like WARHAMMER a lot. WARHAMMER. Are the Blood Angels really vampires? Will Dead Primarchs return? That's a cool idea. I don't think he has like an actual dedicated Sanguinius like video like that. Oh, I know here the mystery of Sanguinior. Why did he mispronounce his name? Sanguinior. Isn't it Sanguinius? It's only 2 minutes. Oh, it's a friggin' short. No. In the 40K. In the 40K. We could watch the 2-hour one. Shall we watch the 2-hour one? No. What happened after the Horus Heresy? I would like to read the Horus Heresy first, but let's go for this one. What's this one like?
Good evening, dear listeners. Today I'm going to tell you about the great angel Sanguinius. I'm a bit old for all these complicated names from the Warhammer 40K universe, so if I've got the pronunciation...
I just love that this guy sounds like he'd be like a specialist or someone who's really educated, like on Philomena Kunk's like show. He has that voice. He's got that voice. The Sanguinior is like the vampire holy spirit. Okay. I see. Now let's see.
Wrong somewhere, please let me know in the comments. I'll keep it in mind for my next videos. The tapestry of human civilization's history is woven from colorful strands of the past, present, and future. Entangled threads of good and evil intertwine within it, contradicting and merging together. In the world of eternal war, where brother betrays brother and son rises against father, the path to siding with good can easily lead into the darkness of misconception. This perilous and uncertain road of doubt may justify even the vilest betrayer. Every moment one must remember the essence, uncertainty, in the destructiveness of evil motives only ends in plummeting into the abyss. But where does that dividing line lie, on both sides of which black and white are situated? What in the boundless universe can be called exemplary good and evil? These fundamental questions about relative concepts will never find satisfactory answers capable of appeasing everyone.
I
Yet
just
once
like
upon a
how
time,
smart he sounds.
Above the merciless fire of war, people saw the embodiment of true
Sanguinior
good,
is the Blood
the wounded
Angel's
Son of
highest
God,
champion.
sincerely
Okay.
loving humanity and willingly sacrificing his life for it. The hero of today's tale is Sanguinius, the great angel, the Emperor's only creation that turned out flawless. Having ravaged the Emperor's laboratory, the ruinous powers abducted a capsule containing the little Primarch of the 9th Legion. Sensing how different the angel was from his brothers, the dark gods immediately desired
So
him.
he was
None of
like the
Primarchs
best one.
seemed as
He was the
appealing to
best.
the Chaos gods. The capsule with the winged infinite
AI
was
David
abandoned in the Vaal
Attenborough.
system.
This isn't AI. No, is the voice AI? Wait, is the voice really AI? Or are you just saying that he's like David Attenborough? No, I think this is a real voice. I think this is a real actor. Because here's the thing. He apologized for mispronouncing things. And I mean, I guess an AI can mispronounce things, but why would it apologize for? I don't know.
The planet of the same name was a lifeless desert orb with 2 inhabited moons, Baal
I don't know.
and Baal Secundus. The latter became the homeland of the Great Angel. The Imperium classifies worlds like Baal Secundus as feral, and in the past it was a paradise planet with a rich ecosystem. Both moons had a good atmosphere, and people on them existed carefreely in harmony with nature. The ancient inhabitants of the Baal satellites were skilled craftsmen. Creating masterpieces of exceptional beauty, they even ventured to the main planet, which was always desert, to carve statues of rulers or gods from its mountains. But no civilization can thrive forever. It is genuinely unknown what catastrophe led to the demise of 3 human worlds simultaneously, but it can be assumed that during the Age of Strife, the inhabitants of the Baal system attempted to destroy each other simultaneously using nuclear, chemical, and viral weapons. Cities turned into plains of molten glass, lush forests and fertile fields into infected deserts, seas into poisoned swamps of toxic sludge.
Fallout moment.
Millions of people met a horrible death, and human civilization on Baal was on the brink of self-annihilation. Yet, on the outskirts of radioactive deserts, small groups of survivors remained. But in their desperation to cling to life amidst the ruins of their lost world, people themselves did not notice how they turned into scavengers and cannibals. For centuries, the survivors trapped in the poisoned system accumulated toxins in their bodies. This inevitably led to the majority of the population turning into mutants, and the wastelands were overrun by clumsy parodies of their noble ancestors who had destroyed the world. Small groups of people clinging to hope of retaining their humanity gathered into tribes attempting to create a new civilization amidst the ruins of the old. In response, cannibal mutants also formed semblances of alliances for more efficient attacks on human settlements. This forced the untainted tribes to adopt a nomadic lifestyle, traveling across Baal Secundus in search of shelter and provisions. Yet even in such conditions, human groups continued to war with each other. Alliances were formed and dissolved, the weakest perished, and the strongest expanded their influence. People wandered the world on rusty machines, their pitiful existence a constant fierce struggle for life. Everything pointed to humanity's doom, with only mutants left in the wastelands devouring each other. The flourishing paradise on the second moon of Baal had turned into a hell, but through the heavens pierced a burning meteor of hope. Little Sanguinius was found by one of the migrating tribes, calling themselves the Pure Blood. These people carefully and harshly monitored the preservation of the correct genes of their group and cut off those born tainted by radiation. But
like
the
a
celestial
mutation?
capsule presented them with an unexpectedly complex question: whether to save the life of the foundling infant. 2 dazzling white wings were growing from the baby's back, unmistakably marking him as a mutant. But otherwise, he was the most beautiful child the unfortunate Baalites had ever seen. Lengthy debates among the tribe members led to the only possible outcome. Unable to resist their own compassion, people spared the little angel's life. Soon he would prove that not only his body, but also his flawless soul, corresponded to this bright nickname. One can only speculate on the difficulties the young Primarch had to face on the unfriendly planet. Because of his gentle nature, he did everything possible to conceal his great deeds.
What is the channel's name? Which one of the out of the Sororitas order are you from? I'm from the Orders Hospitaller that handles healing and surgery and all that. This is Imperial Iterator. Fan-made educational artists content. I don't know. I can't tell. They're called Imperial Iterator. It might be AI. It might be.
Therefore, the archives of the Imperium
But
hold only those
know.
fragments that the Barlights themselves revealed.
Cannibal Mutant Tribe Coalition sounds like an awful time. It's definitely not ideal now. And what's up, Iron? How's it going? Welcome.
It is known that, like his brothers, Sanguinius developed much faster than ordinary children, and within 3 weeks of the capsule's landing, he looked like a 3-year-old child.
Crazy.
According to legend, at this age, he killed a huge fire scorpion with his bare hands. Fear was unknown to him from an early age, especially when it came to protecting his loved ones. Within a year, the Primarch reached maturity, and his snowy, childlike wings transformed into powerful, awe-inspiring wings. He mastered all the knowledge preserved on the planet and surpassed every warrior in combat skill. With his flawless appearance, the angel inspired the people around him, spreading an aura of great hope. It seemed that there was no more serene and clear
Let's
face
take a sip of
until one day,
water.
mutants attacked the tribe that had taken
Almost grabbed the paint water. Okay,
More than
no.
100 cannibals attempted to ambush and eat a small group of nomads.
No.
But Sanguinius did not allow it. He single-handedly saved his people, killing all attackers. But joy did not immediately appear on the faces of his loved ones. At first, there was only fear. Despite the wild conditions of their nightmare life, the people in the tribe were genuinely frightened by how they saw their angel in rage. Worrying for the lives of his family and friends, Sanguinius was deeply
posture check. Gotta sit up
in his furious
straight.
might, he was magnificent, yet instilled a chilling dread in hearts. A golden halo.
Unfortunately, that one uses AI impersonation. I was nervous. I was nervous of that. Dang. Alright. I hate to be like, let's stop watching, but I kind of don't want to support a video like that. Wait, let's just go back and make sure we
Despite
dislike
the wild
it.
conditions of their nightmare life,
I don't like AI. I can send you the photos of my model to your Discord. Well, you can join the Discord server, and we have a channel specifically for Warhammer stuff, and you can share it there. This guy sounded drunk. That one uses AI. I don't want to watch the 2.5-hour version, but we don't have to watch the whole thing. But you know what? It might be kind of cool. I just hope this one doesn't use AI either. It did sound like Attenborough. Yeah, but you hear those kind of voices all the time. The smart British people. I have so many channel points. Ooh, how many? I know a few people who have like, one person has like 500,000 something. We were talking about this the other day, actually. Some people have a lot of points because they don't use them, you know. But they've been here for a long time. All right, let's start with the intro. Whoa, lag. Laggy waggy. Okay. Not all British people sound like Attenborough, obviously. Obviously not. I'm saying he sounds like a smart British person. Like on earlier I compared him to like specialists on Philomena Kunk. How they all have that Attenborough kind of voice. They don't all, obviously, but a lot of them do. I'm just teasing. Music. Inspirational music or something.
It should be no shock to any that this is a series long overdue. I've been all too aware that speaking to the Primarchs is an obvious necessity, but I also hope that it perhaps speaks to my sincerity as someone who enjoys the discussion of lore, that I didn't just rush to hammer out what even in a lackluster form would be very easily solid content. When it
this is
comes
2.5
to
hours,
the
bro.
galaxy of M41, the Primarchs are foundational and structurally defining. For me, they're also intimidating in terms of their discussion, not least because, similarly to most of the big-name characters and themes within the lore, their narrative is scattered across rulebooks, decades-old references, and weighty novels, so choosing to speak about any of them gives pause for thought. What do you leave out? What do you leave in? What do you summarize? Which of the 19, and yes, I'm including Alfarius and Omegon as individuals, even more so. Not to mention the eye-watering prospect of the need to reread heresy novels that you last looked at well over 10 years ago, which is what I had to do. Sanguinius has always been also a figure of obviously supreme tragedy, and while it may to some not land with necessarily the same gravitas that it did in the years of old, for myself, and I'm sure many of you, Mike McVeigh's diorama of the final battle between Horus and the Emperor resonated very deeply when it was first presented, and continued to do so over the years. And this was because it featured, of course, the shattered remnants of the great angel
Luton, is that this guy?
brutally slaughtered upon the vengeful spirit, before, of course, the ultimate battle for humanity and the galaxy
let's subscribe
would take
really
place.
quick.
In the decades since, each Primarch has been revealed through
Always like
different
and
perspectives
subscribe.
and stratified details. Some have novels which address their very specific origins, others, like Sanguinius, skirt around that or just cover it in brief. And that's likely because while it's necessary to be spoken to, it doesn't necessarily define them. Whereas for those like Lorgar or Angron, the events that took place prior to their rediscovery with the Emperor were so formative that it would define very much of their outlook, ideology, and character thereafter, their very decisions. So I think I will simply end this introduction by answering a common burning question among those who may not have read through the heresy or other adjacent material. That being, which novels or material speak most to the Primarch of the 9th Legion? Interestingly for Sanguinius, his appearances are relatively scant. Even in Fear to Tread, the 21st heresy novel in the series, and was for the longest time the single most significant in how it documents the Blood Angels and speaks to their Primarch, it's hardly focused entirely around Sanguinius and the exploration of his character. That is limited to moments. Although as the narrative goes, it does build a solid picture also of the Legion and Sanguinius through his orders, expectations, and actions in one of their most notable campaigns. Other than this, the other descriptions were perhaps in the Codex books or the so-called Heresy Black books, which are the vast tomes of lore largely penned by the legendary lore writer Alan Bligh. Of course, there are many other adjacent mentions throughout the Heresy series. For example, in one of my favourite books, No Fear, we see one of the typical passing mentions Sanguinius receives. A single sentence delivers to us an understanding of how Guilliman feels, where it's described how Dawn, Russ, Manus or Sanguinius, Guilliman always claimed he could win any war outright against any foe, with basically those alongside to aid him. And whilst I'm speaking about No Fear, which I guess spoilers details the Wordbearer's infamous engagement at Kauth, and I do have to note it also features a description that I position as one of my highest ranked from the entire heresy. That's where we see the spontaneous execution of an Ultramarine without him even being able to react, as he and a brother Wordbearer were just leisurely talking about the semantics of their purpose. The full weight of that execution and its brutality, its ideological impossibility, underscores in just a single moment the horror and the travesty of what is only now becoming fully apparent to the Loyalists. And honestly, that moment.
It's good, but his videos are very long.
This
one's 2.5 hours.
I really need to get that, frame it, and put it on my office wall, because it really, if you read the sentence, it really has so much weight. Anyway, my point being, that's just a passing reference, but sometimes passing small references like Guilliman referring to Sanguinius.
I love that he was like, I'm ending this intro saying this, and this is like...
And this feeds into the greater understanding that helps us to frame portrayals in longer, more detailed novels. And I mention this only to help clarify why having a greater picture of the lore is always important when reading about pivotal figures, as I often refer to the fact that the lore of 40k never comes from a singular source that is just irrefutable. It's delivered second or third hand. It's from those with questionable bias or just entirely unreliable. The Great Angel, for example. That's a novel entirely devoted to Sanguinius, but it also comes to us from the singular perspective of a remembrancer, which in some ways is more revelatory and reliable than if it were an invisible narrator, or even that of the lived experience and first-person perspective of Sanguinius himself. But at the same time, and for as reliable and honest as many remembrancers and their records are, you're still seeing things through somebody else's eyes and interpretations. And even in that novel, the remembrancer himself questions his own perspective and his own accuracy. In terms of other descriptions, obviously really then you get into the Siege of Terror, Echoes of Eternity, The End and the Death. We'll come to those things later on. So as is ever true within the galaxy of M41, we're left to interpret, to read between the lines more than we might otherwise wish to construct some literal absolutist analysis. But this, of course, is entirely the point.
The angel upon
The
ball.
scattering
Like the
of
third time
primates
we're hearing
is
this one.
undoubtedly a subject that I will mention many times throughout this slow to unfold series. For anyone who is unaware, before the Great Crusade even began, the Primarchs created by the Emperor would be scattered across the galaxy through a warp vortex. Now, the exact cause of this for the longest time remained something of speculation and debate. And even now, while we know many elements involved...
So it's
the
not
ultimate
Erda? I thought
defined
Erda was the one
design of
to...
what occurred is, in my opinion, still clouded. How so? Well, far be it from me to go on a tangent so early, but there is this figure known as Erda. She was a perpetual and very powerful psyker. She was active prior to the Crusade and unification, but whose origin and history otherwise remains largely unknown. She was revealed during the Siege of Terror series, and also that she was the mother to the Primarchs. But as did many of the Perpetuals, she significantly disagreed with the Emperor's plans once it became clear how he intended to use those superhuman beings he was creating, which personally I find to be a little brow-furrowing. Because really, you didn't guess what the extremely powerful, weaponized genetic monstrosities were going to be used for? It feels like you probably should have paid a little more attention to human history across the past, I don't know, 20,000 years as a perpetual, because it gives the same vibes of scientists nonchalantly creating an ultra-deadly virus for a Bond supervillain to deploy, aka Moonraker, and just abruptly wondering, you know what, Jenkins, what do you think he needs this 99% deadly virus for? Ah well, I'm sure it won't be anything too appalling or involve the death of millions, so best stick to our work. Now sure, maybe I'm being too cynical, because the Emperor is very well known for being entirely benevolent, but let's imagine you were planning to live on Kur in Monarchia, then you probably should have figured this out before the project was 99% complete. For Erda, it seems that only when the writing was on the wall did she apparently use her own power to scatter them, which is still pretty vague, but in the chaotic timeline of the Crusade and the Heresy, makes sense of a sort. Another factor relating to this, unfortunately, is time. Now, I've spoken about causal loops, the theoretical concept whereby somebody from the future uses some means by which to return to a moment in the past and influence events before, thereby deliberately or unwittingly ensuring the future as they left it comes to pass. This is also known as a bootstrap paradox, because there's no way to define a starting point for that loop of events. The event in question involved the word-bearer Argol Tal, who, at the behest of a demon Ingathel, destroyed the Gellerfield, protecting the Primarchs, thereby enabling their scattering into the warp. There also remains speculation that some of the Primarchs could have been contaminated during this period of exposure to the warp, and that's certainly plausible if not even confirmed, but it is effectively entirely still unproven. But
Or Sister of Mercy. I am I'm Sister Kai out of the sororitas
or if it exists as being both linear
Thank you
and
very much. Thank you very
eternal
much.
in some bizarre duality.
Oculus does 2 videos on the
warp
Emperor's
versus
personal
reality,
Titan.
which, whilst
Okay,
very
that's pretty
confusing, seems to be superficially the case. And this ties interestingly into the last aspect for one novel that I didn't reference earlier, being Pharos. Now, Pharos, in the greater lore, is of course significant about the event that potentially triggered the attention of the Tyranids to the galaxy, but specifically relating to the Primarchs, it's also an exploration of the dynamic between two of the most key characters and how the raw truth of the Emperor, Crusade, and Heresy was steadily being revealed. We're talking about Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the Night Lords, otherwise the
Too
8th
watery.
Legion. Now, Sanguinius was gifted, or in the view of Kurz, cursed, with the ability to have some level of foresight. From the perspective of Kurz, this only further entrenched his bleak, nihilistic outlook. For Sanguinius, it was more existential. In Pharos, Kurz has been lying in the shadows of the world, which adds weight to his bleak, realist perspective that even here, amid Gilliman's grand domain of prosperity, hope and charity, there are still these dark, forgotten corners where nobody cares to tread. Here are just the forgotten humans, the downtrodden. And Kurz believes that this signifies that all this grandeur and construction of humanity's great future is just a grubby lie. It's all for nothing and a charade in service to the Emperor's own magnificence and a stubborn ignorance to accept the reality of what humanity is at a base level in terms of its relationship with the warp. He's fundamentally saying we can't elevate ourselves, nothing can really ever change. And while confronting Sanguinius, the two have a fascinating discussion about their origins and the broader goals of the Emperor. Now, Kurz, of course, already believes the Emperor to be a liar and a manipulator, and really he could have come to this conclusion even without the whole heresy stuff going on. He pushes Sanguinius to admit that this cannot be denied. In fact, he says it is entirely self-evident, and that Sanguinius must surely agree to what Kurz and astonishingly Gilliman have already concluded, that the Primarch's scattering was no accident at all, and that the Emperor very much intended this to happen, no matter who or what else was involved to actually facilitate its occurrence. Because the most simple answer would have been that the Emperor saw what was going to happen and just thought, yeah, that's fine. Or of course, maybe he saw that it was necessary in order to fulfill other events. Regardless though, Kurz presents the most blunt and visible rationalization for this, that being the impossibility of the coincidental scenario whereby every Primarch just happened to land on a world that further then embellished or intensified their specific existing traits, which I think has always been a very obvious point to signify that the scattering was orchestrated. I'm sure
I was
you've
thinking
thought about this and concluded this.
That is also something I was curious about, because they mentioned cannibals and stuff for Sanguinius and his home world, and I was like, oh, well, like, you know, he's familiar with cannibals and stuff, like, and kind of this tribal-esque stuff. I was just like, sus. But wasn't the scattering supposed to stop the Emperor? If the Emperor knew it was going to happen, it's like he just kind of sit back, relax. Wouldn't he have stopped it? I mean, did he just really not care enough, or thought maybe it's a good idea, just let them learn on their own like that? Give them a year? Oh, there. Okay.
Same for yourselves.
Sorry if I'm not
Because
talking as
how
much.
would it have been, for example, if Gilliman had ended up on Barbaros?
I was
or
like, I'm just
Dawn
so locked in.
Prospero, or Angron to Macragge, and so on. It just makes no sense. It's not to say that they wouldn't have survived or emerged somewhat representative of the characters we know them to be, but they certainly wouldn't have been so accelerated and amplified regarding their most powerful attributes that are gifted to them. They would have been probably more rounded and whole, and therefore likely the heresy or aspects of it would have been less intense or not happened at all. And also, given the pace to which the Emperor wished to carry out the crusade, you could consider this was entirely the purpose of the scattering. It gives a good reason to push out there to find them, not to mention other more subtle influences like a sense of gratitude and devotion in being rediscovered, instead of abandoned to isolation. It's also very motivational for the Space Marines to find their Primarch. Now, one could argue in the case of Angron you have the opposite thing happening, but again, very likely that's deliberate there to further increase his rage against all the different things. He's not happy when the Emperor finds him. He doesn't want to leave his world. He wants to resolve things. And the Emperor says, no, you've got to come away with me, which of course makes him pretty pissed off and resentful. Again, probably by design. So Kurz, in his more realist view, had concluded quite reasonably that based upon this and everything else they know, that the Emperor is a twisted, cruel figure who has engineered every single aspect and event for them from the very beginning, which then just feeds into Kurz's view that the most important events in the galaxy are largely set and cannot be readily resisted or changed, that they are just pieces in a puzzle, which, as you know, kind of feeds into my view about eternalist time and sort of the situation within the galaxy regarding that. Sanguinius, of course, struggles with this because he doesn't want to believe it, but both Kurz and he share those future visions which show them slivers of detail which point toward these bleak future events which await, not the glorious one which is promised. And so it somewhat fulfills and actually confirms what Kurz is talking about, and Sanguinius doesn't want to hear it. But two of my favourite lines from their interaction are where Sanguinius throws at Kurz a statement in relation to his legion saying, "The faults of your sons are the faults of the father," talking about the Night Lords, to which Kurz retorts, "Oh, how very apt." Now he goes on to state that his children are not like those of Sanguinius, but I always like to imagine that he's actually, given the conversation they just shared about the Emperor, that he's mocking Sanguinius.
It does sound very mocking, yeah.
And in that statement, unwittingly confirming everything that Kurz has been trying to convince Sanguinius of, that the Emperor is flawed and his plans and actions abhorrent, that the faults of the sons are the faults of the father, that the events of the heresy can be attributed squarely to him and no other, which I would personally tend to agree with. Sanguinius, of course, does not agree, but personally it's hard to dismiss out of hand Kurz's argument, which of course is pretty crazy, but in the great picture it's likely far more nuanced than the bleakness at which Conrad tends to see things. Between the two of them, though, I think their dynamic is best underscored with Sanguinius stating, "There is always a choice," to which Kurz replies, "There is never a choice." Anyway, that was a lot of chatting before we even get to Sanguinius, but it felt relevant to me, and I think it underscores the fact that the scattering...
I was kind of thinking, when is he going to start talking about, like, Sanguinius period?
...as it may have appeared to be. In fact, there is a very high probability that this was part of the Emperor's engineered plan to ensure some number of the Primarchs would enact a civil war, fulfilling either part of his plan or an unchangeable node of fate.
Why would he want a civil war, though?
I won't have to again.
So that's what your hands look like? Yeah.
The scattering happened, and thus Sanguinius arrived upon the moon Baal Secundus. It was a desolate world, not lush or verdant or bejeweled. It was an inhospitable, poisonous wasteland. Still, in the grand scheme of the worlds the Primarchs found themselves upon, it definitely could have been worse. Baal and its two moons were destroyed long ago in some undocumented apocalypse which saw both atomic and viral war unleashed. And as extreme as this may sound, planets colonized by humanity which saw such an end are in fact typical of the harrowing destruction.
What are you watching? We're learning about Sanguinius today. We already watched some Warhammer and like a timeline stuff, and we listened to some really awesome voice actors do some voice acting work here. But oh wait, whoopsies, I gotta fix that really quick. we are learning about Sanguinius and his perfection of which one of the Adeptus Sororitas Orders Hospitaller are you from? Oh, you mean like which order within the Orders Hospitaller? I don't remember each and every one, but I do remember what was it called? Something Torch, something Sorrow. I thought that one sounded cool. Order of Quiet Sorrow is really cool. Oh, there's also Order of Serenity. That one's also I tried to do research on each order within the Orders Hospitaller, but there wasn't too much to go off of other than that's just like the orders. So I just think the Sorrow one sounds cool. It just sounds cool. Duviate of Adeptus Sororitas and the 4th Legion. Yeah, maybe after a while of still learning about this one, but I do really enjoy the Adeptus Sororitas. That's good stuff. So that's what your hands look like. Yes. These are my fingies, my fingies.
Age of strife. In this age, colonized worlds simply imploded due to resource limitations and damage caused by the prior war with the Men of Iron and their own isolation.
Let's learn a little bit more about him, and then we can switch it up.
Before, warmongering lords thirsting for power, or nomadic tribes, cyber barbarians desperate for control over dwindling resources. So the world upon which the infant scattered from terror found itself upon was desolate. Its air thin and irradiated, its surface twisted and malformed by centuries of fallout storms. Of the groups that survived in the form of scarred human relics, they were little more than nomadic tribes who endured a precarious life of little more than scavenging and sheltering in cave systems. Unable to escape the contamination, their bodies and those of previous generations had become significantly genetically damaged, which led to them having mutated and deformed physical states. They held no records of what had come before. They barely had anything which constituted a civilization.
Let's make each finger like a different color. That'll be cool. Oh, that one will be pink. I guess I had pink on me.
In time, this would become a characteristic to which the Blood Angels themselves were known for. So the fact that the winged Primarch would find itself upon a world where mutation was commonplace seems, one might argue, in this instance, extraordinarily fortunate. For upon numerous other planets, the discovery of a child with vestigial wings would likely have led it to being immediately killed there and then, if not purged with fire. And I think just a reminder to observe that the Primarchs were certainly powerful, but most of them still mortal. In their initial infant form, it would not have been impossible at all for them to have been murdered by the dregs of humanity. Not so upon Baal Secundus, although saying this apparently even then, there were still those who found the fact that such a pristine child could survive in the inhospitable wastes troubling enough. They felt that they needed to call for its death. It wasn't mutated enough comically, but this did not occur. The Baalite tribes would recount the tale of how he came to be among them over many centuries, so much so that it would be ingrained into their collective cultural memory. All the Primarchs grew and advanced at a staggeringly inhuman rate, so that within only weeks the child upon Baal was readily walking, even escaping from his tribal wardens. It is said that at one time they even found him within the lair of a Baalite fire scorpion, and to their astonishment, the unarmed infant had destroyed the creature. This was despite being stung by its
actually crazy
venom several times,
gonna bite your fingies,
enough that it should have killed any ordinary man. So Sanguinius grew to where his wings were of pure white and an impressive span, unlike those of the tribe he had been adopted into. He was a being of light and purity, and thus inspired awe and devotion from the tribe. Sanguinius was quite clearly a transcendent being. His form was one of such beauty that few could bear to look upon him, and unlike all others, he showed no weakness or vulnerability to the harsh surroundings that steadily poisoned even those accustomed to a life surrounded by it. As was typical of the Primarchs, there would come a defining moment where those who have followed the miracle child became all too aware of what these individuals were truly meant for, that being war. Ball-like myths
War never
describe
changes.
How at one time the tribe of Sanguinius was surrounded by
Is that the mall
cannibalistic
yesterday
mutants who
with a
gathered to
buddy?
numbers in the many
Bought an
hundreds.
original fat
All
PS3 at a
had
game
accepted
store.
their inevitable fate,
Dang.
for death
What
upon
games
war
did you
was
get?
constant. Sanguinius had other ideas. He rose to become their supreme protector, and in that moment of pure blazing light, as would be seen much later by the remembrances of the Crusade, Sanguinius's form shifted from the formal benevolent leader to that of the unleashed dark angel of death. It is described how he became a terrible red-black being, his eyes burning with a corona of light around his head. He unleashed a violent storm of irresistible destruction upon them, and when finished, he stood before them all, dripping in blood. Sanguinius would subsequently unite those tribes of mutants who had something approaching a constructive outlook for their own survival, and together waged a war against the more abhorrent groups of mutant human things which infested Baal Secundus. Despite being vastly outnumbered, with Sanguinius leading them, they won the conflict readily. Entirely understandably, the tribes of human mutants upon Baal came to worship Sanguinius, who very reasonably, in their eyes, was their ultimate salvation and a godlike being.
Makes total sense,
that by
yeah.
the time the Emperor found him, the people of Baal were troubled by what they witnessed, for in their eyes, what they saw was a god meeting a god. When the Emperor arrived upon Baal Secundus, Sanguinius was torn between the feeling of something he had never seen before, a spacecraft, yet also the surety of knowing that here was his father come to meet him. He knew even prior to their actual meeting that he had a father in this moment, and that was significantly notable as to the power of his foresight. Their meeting gives us an intriguing glimpse also into the Emperor. As is often the case when he meets with figures who rival his own psychic strength, there tends to be a little lapse on behalf of the Emperor. He is unsure about what they can see, and maybe he is unsure how much protection to put up in terms of shielding his
It's
own
looking
identity.
good.
So initially, Sanguinius notes that the Emperor is human, but not quite a man, that he sees within his eyes the light of many souls, men and women. The Emperor also immediately exerts his power. He appears to speak the language of the world, but Sanguinius notices how the Emperor's perfection itself is a flaw. His impossible perfection was inhuman and considerably unsettling, so that right from the beginning, Sanguinius could see the glory and the horror, the success and celebration cast against the death and the raising of worlds. His foresight was already showing him the future to come. So when Sanguinius asks the Emperor what he is, we do get this glimpse into one of the most troubling questions speculated upon. For there is no answer, but it at least allows us to see that it is a possibility when the Emperor states, quote, "You are a Primarch, and you are my 9th general."
This is really fucking cool, and I'm super into it. However, I just realized I went way over my stream time. So I'm actually going to be ending my stream. However, I would like you to just stick around for just a little bit to help me send out this raid message. We're going to be raiding into Tomi. Everyone, thank you so much. And next week, same time, same place, we're going to be painting. And we might even play some, what's it called? We might even play some Dark Tide with my good old buddies. So thank you guys so much for sticking around. Please copy that raid message, paste it into Tomi's chat. Let's go have some fun with Tomi, and I'll see you guys on Tuesday in the Discord for Dragon Ball. Yeah, sorry, I got so into painting, and I'm almost done. But next week we will finish her up. I'll see you guys then. Thank you so much for hanging out. Bye bye.